is very, very special guest here with us today. He is Dr. Barrister Mike Egbebike. I'm not going to speak much on him because eventually I'm going to pass the mic over to him to introduce himself properly, and then we'll get the space started. But before I do that, I would like to welcome my co-host, Bishop. Good to have you here. How are you doing today?
Hi, Charles. I'm good. I'm okay. Thank you everyone for being here. It's another privilege to have you on the space. Please, guys, share the space. Very important. Let people come here and listen to what our principal has done while he was in Anambra. So, ready? Let's go, Charles.
Okay, thank you very much, Bishop. And you might want to take care of the background noise where you are to enable us enjoy listening to you better. So, without wasting much time, I'm going to pass the mic over to Dr. Barrister Michael Egbebike to introduce himself properly and then tell us what working with His Excellency Mr. PeterObi was like, and then tell us just you have the floor, sir. Take as much time as you want. Tell us about yourself, about your experience working as the former Commissioner for Environment under His Excellency, and then talk about floods in Nigeria and how it can be curtailed. So over to you now, sir. We're very, very glad to have you here. Welcome to this space, sir. Dr. Mike?
Yes, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Michael Egbebike. I was a commissioner for 2 tenures with Mr. PeterObi from 2009 to 2012. Um, I was over there in the United States where I practiced extensively before coming back on his invitation in 2009. It is a privilege to be here with you tonight. And as the moderator had said, the host had said, I want to first introduce myself. Then I want to talk to you about flooding in general, and then I talk to you about the recent flooding in Nigeria, and then we talk about what His Excellency Mr. PeterObi did in 2012 when a similar event occurred. So, as a word of introduction, again, my name is Dr. Michael Egbebike. I'm a civil engineer. I'm a registered civil engineer in New Jersey, Georgia, and Florida. I have a bachelor's and a master's from NJIT in civil engineering. I'm also a land surveyor, bachelor's and master's from University of Nigeria. I'm a registered land surveyor from New Jersey, from Georgia, and Florida and Nigeria. I'm also an environmental scientist, a PhD in environmental management, and I've worked on numerous environmental projects, both in the US and in Nigeria. I'm a barrister at law in Nigeria. I studied law in the United States, and I'm called to the Nigerian bar. So in 2009, I worked with His Excellency Mr. PeterObi as the Commissioner for Environment. So if I can continue now, I would like to talk to you generally about flooding, and then we can go to the specifics. If I have the go ahead, I can do that now.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, now we all know that rain must fall. And when rain falls, some of them are absorbed. The balance of what was left is what we call flood. And it flows, if you control it, you can harness it to produce electricity. If you don't, you can destroy everything. So in civil engineering language, discharge, which is Q, is equal to CIA, where A is the area of the watershed, I is the rainfall intensity. We normally use the October rain. And C is the coefficient of permeability. That is how quickly the ground will absorb the water. When the ground is porous, is permeable, like grassland, the coefficient is very high, close to 1. But when you have a concrete surface, that coefficient is very low, close to 0. So when you look at it, it tells you that when you concrete all of your ground, you have everything that drops on the ground flowing as flood. So what can we do? There are two variables: total rainfall and the amount absorbed by the ground. How can we reduce? The only way to reduce flood is to reduce the total rainfall or to increase the amount absorbed by the ground. This is in simple layman language. And to reduce the rainfall, all we can do in that respect, because this is climate related, all we can do is work on our climate change, which, as you all know, is a global phenomenon. When it comes to climate change, when it comes to the environment, the world is a global village. So we cannot do much other than work with the rest of the world to do some of the things that can help us reduce the climate change hazard, which is, for instance, we can, for instance, stop the burning of gas in Niger Delta. But again, those are long-term stuff that we can talk about. So so that tells me that the most we can do is to find ways to increase the amount that is absorbed by the ground. And how do we do that? We do that sometimes by regulations, by planting trees. When I say regulation, if in the United States, before you can develop your house, you must go through a land development permit, which will help them to know whether the amount of your impervious surface, which is your roof and concrete, whether it balances out the amount of your pervious, that is the grassland, the grass area. So, but that part of the permit doesn't quite happen in Nigeria. I can tell you that. So most people concrete everything they can concrete, and everything that drops on their compound goes out as flood. So you can imagine that that is one area that we all are erring, us as citizens, and the government also, because they fail in regulation and enforcing regulation. And of course, it's not just enough that we are not only throwing everything that falls on our compound into the drainage system, we are also not cleaning the water. In the United States, they have what they call the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act is what says that if you are developing land and you expect silt, mud to come out from that, you must put a silt fence around the compound, the area of your development. If you drive along some of your highways, you will see some yellowish basket-looking tapes that run down the side of the road, which is blocking or filtering water that may enter the drainage system from coming in with the mud. It is this silt that go with our water in Nigeria that block our rivers, like the River Niger, the Benue, because every single thing eventually ends up there. And if you do not clean it before you throw it in there, what happens is that before you know it, it is silted up. So that is where also we are in Nigeria, in developing nations, we are not doing what we are supposed to do. So now, once you have now, of course, silted up the rivers, it behoves on us to desilt it. Because if you don't, you have the problems that we have. We lose capacity in our drainage systems. When we lose capacity, it means that when the water comes, they overflow the banks of the rivers and they destroy homes of those living in the watershed in the drainage areas. So that is the general situation about flooding. We are all contributors to the menace of flooding. However, despite our good efforts, flood will always occur. It is what we do to ameliorate its severity, frequency, and impact on the people that matters. Just like you have hurricanes in the United States, you have flooding too in the United States, you have fire hazards in California area, So will flooding be with us. But if you look at the United States, they've done things to help carry the water. For instance, they build canals. If you go to Florida, which is flat, they have the canal system running all over Florida. The Lake Okeechobee is a big reservoir. The Everglades is a massive storage of water. So they have all those storage systems. So they've planned their system over time. So they are way ahead of us. But because we have not planned, every single water that drops on the ground destroys everything. And we are just helpless. So, however, we can also help to predict when this flooding occurs, and so that properties can be saved, so human lives can be saved. We can also take steps to reduce the severity and frequency on the people. And when eventually we have the flood, like it has happened in Nigeria, we should take steps to help those affected. And we help them by making sure that our SEMA is called the State Emergency Management Agency, and our FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, that they are ready to swing into action both before, during, and after the flood. The question is, has all this happened in the recent flooding in Nigeria and in the other flooding that we had? Those are the questions. So what did we do to ensure that the flood channels have adequate capacity to accommodate the flood? Have we desilted the River Niger and the Benue? What regulations are in place, as I said before, to ensure that we reduce the amount of discharge? When flood occurs, do we have enough strategic grain reserve to ward off food shortages and food insecurity? What assistance can we give to the victims who have lost their houses, farmlands, and loved ones? And when I talk about strategic food reserve, remember that we can give the farmers that lost their farmland as much help as we can, but we cannot stop the ensuing inflation and food insecurity that will occur. Only if we prepare, only if we have strategic reserve to make sure that it does not happen. Or when the flood occurs, we have an answer for it. And I can tell you that recently we all are witnesses, which is why we are all talking. The recent flooding in Nigeria, according to the Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, I was told, or we understand, that more than 600 people have died. That is serious. With more than 1.3 million have been displaced. More than 2,400 people have been injured. More than 200,000 homes have been destroyed. More than 108 hectares of farmland has been damaged. More than 332,000 hectares of roads and infrastructure have been damaged. Why? How did we get here? How did we get here? We know that it has been raining very intensely in Nigeria, and October is almost like the highest intensity, and we are in October. Now, when you have such high intensity rain coupled with inadequate drainage infrastructure, we have the situation we are into today. The draining of the Cameroon Dam, and this coincides always with that draining of the dam. So we can say that it is a major factor. I know the minister said it's only 1%, but I don't believe that it's only 1%. It's a lot more than 1%. If it was only 1%, there wouldn't have been the agreement in 1980s that we, Nigeria, should build a dam to accommodate the excess flood from the Cameroon Dam, because those dams act as both reservoirs and they act also to help generate you electricity. But that agreement in 1980 nothing has been done about it. Subsequent governments did nothing. But when I say governments, I'm not talking about state governments. I'm not talking about federal governments. Because when you talk about flood and the flood disaster, we all have a blame. The blame can go around. There are things the federal government ought to do, which they don't do. There are things the state governments ought to do. And there are things me and you, citizens, must do. For instance, we must dispose our waste properly. It used to be that people dispose their waste in gutters, in drainage channels. And these are the waste that go to block these channels, and these are the things that cause the damage from the flooding. There are people who build on drainage paths, the waterways. And these are the reasons sometimes the water does not find where to go anymore. And they create the damage that you see. So the blame goes around. The federal government, they have not built the dam, they have not silted the Niger and the Benue. The state governments they have their own blame also. But I'm going to come to that part about the state government, like what did we do? And then, of course, we're talking about climate change, which leads to extreme weather. And that is talking about the causes. Now, what can we do? What solutions can we bring to bear? I believe that Nigeria, from the federal government part, Nigeria must revisit that agreement in the 1980s to build a dam to receive the excess flood. It will help us also with our electricity. And the major drainage channels, which are the primary channels, the natural channels, like the Niger, the Benue, they ought to be desilted. Somebody said this morning that you can practically walk on the river Niger. I'm not trying to say you're all Jesus Christ, but I'm saying that the Niger is so silted up that you can practically walk on top of it. And that is the situation we have in Nigeria. When I was commissioner, the federal government brought a dredger to dredge the river Niger. We took pictures. I was there. We flagged it off, and everybody was happy. We were clapping. I was there with His Excellency Mr. PeterObi. As soon as we left, the dredger left and never came back. For some reason, the federal government under the PDP party, I think, took the dredger away, and we are still where we are. Now, we also should ensure we have proper regulations. I've already talked about the impact of regulation on this matter. I'm talking about regulation relating to waste management, a regulation relating to land development. And this is the part the state government can do, including the federal government too, because there are some parts that the federal government can do. For instance, the Clean Water Act in the United States is from the American EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. That's a federal act. Now, of course, so we all have roles to play in solving this. So I've talked about the regulation that we have to dispose properly. We have to plant trees because trees help to absorb the excess water. But instead of planting trees in Nigeria, we're cutting them down. And proper regulation will ensure that when you cut them down, you plant another one. And that's the way it's done in developed climes. And of course, since we're talking about solution, we can still mention climate change. But as I told you before, climate change is a global thing. And of course, the other solution is to those that are impacted, the farmers, the people whose properties have been damaged. We must take measures to assist them. And because, you know what, I don't know how many of you can visualize waking up to find the water on top of your roof. And you can practically walk on top of your roof. So that is the situation in Nigeria today. And that is why His Excellency Mr. PeterObi decided to go. And I believe he didn't go because he's going to solve all the problems, but he needed to bring attention to the plight of the people. That's what the presidents are supposed to do. When the flood happened in Florida, Biden was there. He was there encouraging the people. His presence meant that other people can also come. Since Mr. PeterObi went, everybody has now started to contribute. I understand somebody contributed 100 million, somebody contributed 50 million, but yes, we are attracting resources. So it is a positive thing that he went. So let me actually talk about Anambra State. What happened when this happened in Anambra State? What we did before, during, and after the flood. His Excellency Mr. PeterObi in 2009, 2010, that's about when I was with him, was able to attract the New Map project. The New Map is the Nigerian Erosion and Watershed Management project. It's a World Bank assisted project with a very low interest rate. That New Map, I will tell you that from the day we left office till today, almost every erosion and flood project has been under this New Map. As a matter of fact, the current administration in Anambra State has now converted that New Map office to a state. They renamed it, but they made it now a state agency that will now handle flood and erosion control. That is to tell you how effective that intervention was. That intervention saw a lot of erosion and flood control projects in Anambra State, and it is major effort by His Excellency. As a matter of fact, I flew directly with him in a jet, a little jet like that, to Cross River to see the minister at the time, because PeterObi will go to where you want him to come, provided you come to do what he wants you to do. So we did a fight, and that project became a project for the Southeast states, the 5 Southeast states. Eventually, they added Cross River because the minister was from Cross River, and they added Edo, and I believe because the country director or the project manager was an Edo board. So, but that's how it started. But now every state in Nigeria has felt the impact of NUMA because it's no more the southeast. It has extended beyond the southeast. It was a very successful project. When I was with Peter Obi, His Excellency, we dredged the Sakamori. The Sakamori is the major drainage. That's the major point from where the water from the state around Onitsha empties into the River Niger, and this always seals up because of the effects of all those bad drainage, bad waste management activities by the citizenry. So dredging it was a major effort. I remember also creating a drainage system all around that area and dredging also the Oboduku contributing channels. His Excellency, like I mentioned to you before, flagged off the drainage of the River Niger with His Excellency Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan. Unfortunately, the federal government under PDP did not continue with the project. So I don't know if we can now say we blame the governor, but I think he did what he ought to do. Now throughout the administration, in fact, since I left as commissioner, it seems like most people would tell me that I was the last commissioner in environment. You know the reason they say that? Because since I left, it seems like activities just stopped in the Ministry of Environment. The only erosion project that I see happening was the one that happened under New Map, which His Excellency Mr. PeterObi brought. So His Excellency applied his ecological funds very wisely. In fact, before he left office, he awarded about 11 erosion projects, erosion and flood control projects, and paid 40% cash down, while leaving 75 billion for the successor to continue and pay the rest. I don't want to talk about what happened thereafter. But one thing that I realize is that government in Nigeria is never continuous, even though they say it's continuous. So sometimes policy somersaults is is the problem. When His Excellency left, he attracted what they called integrated waste management system. It was a tripartite agreement with the federal government, where the federal government paid a private investor, contractor, 250 million naira. The private investor contractor was supposed to invest 4 billion, and the investor I'm talking about is Laga. Everybody who lived in Onitsha will hear about Laga. So Laga was supposed to collect all the waste in Onitsha, which they were doing very well. They were supposed to build an integrated waste management facility in Nkwele, which they had started. They were working on the environmental impact assessment. But unfortunately, when we left office, that contractor was fired. And that was the end of the Anambra Integrated Waste Management Project. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you the truth. We visited Orlando at the start of this project. We came to see the waste to energy facility. We visited Gainesville. We came to see the waste to energy facility. I mean, if that's not an effort, what is effort? So we did all that, but I can tell you that that project has died. While I was with His Excellency, we worked on a lot of erosion projects. The Ebenebe erosion, even the Nanka, which everybody ran away from. We dealt with Nanka. Nanka, as you know, is actually what they call is believed that there is a play of tectonic forces at Nanka. There is a problem with underground water at Nanka, and the underground water continues to wash the surrounding slopes, so that it makes it very difficult for the embankment to achieve its the slope became very unstable, or is very unstable, continues to collapse so as to achieve the angle of repose. You know, every soil has a strength and an angle that it can only stand on. If you go beyond that angle, it collapses. So as you wash the bottom of the slope, it caves in so as to achieve its natural angle of repose. Nanka is a very difficult erosion project, and that was why we started with Nanka, and we worked on what they call bioremediation approach, which is the World Bank approach and the watershed approach. And but again, His Excellency worked on Nanka. I think we spent more than 2-3 billion in Nanka, with the assistance of the federal government. The same thing with the Sakamori. We did work with the federal government on the Sakamori project. As a matter of fact, I remember that when we flagged off Sakamori, it was the Senate President, Bukola Saraki, who came to flag it off on the side of the federal government. So these are projects, these are things that we all can go and verify. So, and of course, we worked on the Pulobi erosion. I have to mention some of them. Some of you might be living close by these erosion sites. The Newich erosion site, the Onitsha Integrated Waste Management I mentioned already, and the Nsube erosion, Benato erosion, and too numerous to mention. If some of you live around Oka, you will notice that there was a time we took down properties along Kwata area that were built on drainage channels, and we built the major trunk line that carries drainage water in Oka. It runs all the way past across the Onitsha Enugu Expressway near Kwata flyover, and cuts all the way to Abakaliki Road towards Ngozika Estate. Now that is a major, I call it the primary drainage channel in Oka. It was built by His Excellency, Mr. PeterObi. And now, these are our structures. These are things that we did to prepare. And of course, every season, we normally desilt our secondary, tertiary drainages. But now, when the damage occurred, when the flood came, because you know, you can do all that you can do in the state. if the Niger is not dredged, you will still get the flood, all right? The flooding will still happen. So at that point, the question is no more what you have done to prepare, because, like I said, when it comes to environment, we are all connected. So the federal government, River Niger and Benue, is connected with our other drainage systems. So the question now, which is the third part of the question, when eventually this thing happens, what should we do? How strong is our SEMA, which is State Emergency Management Agency, and how strong is our FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency? But for now, I'm going to talk about the SEMA. In Anambra State, we have SEMA, State Emergency Management Agency, whose duty it was to help with the victims of flood. And I remember His Excellency not only funded this SEMA, he also attracted funds from well-meaning Anambrarians to assist the victims. So that is the effort when it has happened. Now, because of this situation that we have, His Excellency pioneered the introduction of the modern waste management system in Anambra State. We are the first administration to use receptacles to collect waste. Before we came on board, people used to dump their waste in drainages, and that is the biggest problem we continue to have. So when we came, we looked around, we saw that the people must be shown where to put their waste. So we introduced receptacles. Some of you may have seen His Excellency buying waste vehicles from Innocent Motors. Those are the efforts that we put to make sure that this waste does not clog our drainage systems. So when I hear people talk about what did His Excellency do when he was there, I kind of begin to laugh, because I think we did a lot, and I was witness. So when you talk about environment, reversing environmental degradation does not happen overnight. Just like our damaged climate, we take many years to correct. But as I mentioned before, the policy somersaults is affecting us in Nigeria. Egypt, I mentioned to you, the tripartite agreement with federal government and LAGA, a private contractor, for the integrated waste management system in Onitsha, has died. It died as soon as we left office. So are we going to blame His Excellency for that? With that debt, when the 250 million the federal government paid already, the state government was paying the contractor for waste disposal. So that is, ladies and gentlemen, that is the point, and that is. Let me, for now, pause and see if you have questions before I continue.
Wow, thank you so very much, sir. So, guys, we've listened to Dr. Barrister Michael Egbebike, the former Commissioner for Environment under His Excellency Mr. PeterObi. We have heard a lot today. That's a truckload of knowledge we've had there. He has told us the causes, how to prevent it, and what we can do when it eventually occurs, and a whole lot more. So now, guys, it's time for you to ask your question. You know very well that he is very capable to answer every one of them. So I'm going to pass the mic over to my co-host, Bishop. Good to have you back here to now take over the floor. So keep requesting for the mic, like I said before, and then keep sharing the space. Bring everyone in here. Let's have this very important conversation. Over to you, Bishop. You have the floor.
All right, thank you guys for being here. It's a great privilege to have you, sir. Thank you for all the all the insights you gave us on flooding. I was just opening my mouth. Really? Yeah, really? Thank you very much, sir. Like I always say, there's one thing I hold against PeterObi, and that's the fact that everything he did in Anambra State, he was too decent and asking people not to record his achievement, that they were going to see it. No, some people are blind. Yes, when you do something, you record it. Thank you, sir, for coming to help us set some records straight, and we really appreciate it. Jack, what's up? How you doing, my bro? How you doing, Jack?
I don't think Jack is there. He seems to be having a little bit of network issue, so you might just want to go ahead with taking questions.
Okay, all right, guys. You know how we do it on our spaces. It's 3 minutes or two. Okay, let's do 3 minutes for two questions. Submissions has to be cut down to 2 minutes. So I'll have a timer on as soon as you are off your time. I'm going to come here and I'm going to tell you or I'll remind you. So look at me, Bishop, as soon as you see this, as soon as you see me do this, the wave of hand, the wave of hand, please guys, just round up. That's to say your time is up for speaking. So guys, keep requesting the mic and like you know, share the space, and let's have a discussion here. Thank you very much, guys. All right. King Kelvin. What's up? How are you doing, King Kelvin? Oh, King Kelvin, hold on. Mr. Tony Steve was here first. And guys, if you'd like to speak, raise your hand so we can call you on to ask a question or to make a submission. All right, Tony Steve, what's up? How are you doing today, sir? Tony Steve, are you there? Okay, Tony Steve is not there. Let us take King Kelvin. What's up, King Kelvin?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Okay, King Kelvin, hold on. Let Tony Tony, Tony, please request the mic again. Please do request the mic again. We can have you speak. All right, King. What's King?
Yeah, King is here. King is here.
Okay, hold on. No, not Ayuba. Ayuba, you hold on. Mute your mic, please, Ayuba.
King is
Thank you
here.
so much.
I don't know if you can hear me.
King, yeah, King Kelvin, what's up? Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead, King Kelvin.
All right. It's a nice one being here, and it's a good one. For the first time ever, I was opportune to be in Anambra. Last week, I went for a cousin's wedding, and I used that opportunity to tour the states. Because I'm a crazy fan of LP and a crazy fan of PeterObi right from time, even before he switched to Labour Party. And I can very well tell people listening here, I'm a Yoruba person to the core, and I can tell people here that they can go to Anambra to go verify what doctor said. The first thing that got me attracted, even to the villages that we went to, was the size of the drainage. Um, I spent some years in Lagos, and I know the difference between what the kind of drainage that is in Anambra and the drainage that is in Lagos. I live in Ilorin at the moment, and I know the kind of drainage we have here. And that was the first thing I applauded. I didn't even know that this conversation was going to come on. You know, we passed through Asaba. Apologies to people who are in Asaba, but I saw the flood in Asaba, very, very close to the Onitsha Bridge. You know, there is so much flood around that area. And you could see the little drainage that is in Asaba compared to the one in Anambra, you know. Um, so what I'm just saying in essence, I'm not asking any question, but I'm just in support of what believe me, anybody can take a tour to Anambra. Those things are confirmed. I mean, to the core. Nevertheless, I know we're talking about erosion, but I want to bring in something. I think our work and our duty as people promoting PeterObi is not enough until we take it to rural environment. And I'm saying this because spending a week in Anambra, I was in some of the villages, and believe me, the campaign has not gotten to the core village, the grassroots. If campaigns have not gotten to grassroots of Anambra, what are we saying about other states? So I think we need to do a lot of grassroots solidification. People in the village vote more. You can check the statistics. Thank you.
Sorry, was there a question there? Did I get a question there, King?
I didn't drop a question. I was just corroborating
Oh,
what you
okay.
said.
All
And
right.
I was
Okay, no
also
problem.
trying to
That,
point out the fact that we need to go,
yeah, I got
uh,
that. So the
to the
grassroots of Anambra
grassroots.
State. I get that.
Yes.
I
Not
get that.
just
No
Anambra,
problem.
all the states. We need to
Yeah,
go grassroots.
I want you to know that we have efforts. I mean, we're making a lot of grassroots movement, and yeah, maybe not very noticeable now, but trust me, a lot of people were doing a lot of grassroots movement all over. You understand? And come 2023 February, in less than 140 days from now, PO will be declared president of Nigeria. So don't worry, we are seeing the revolution going all over the world now. You can see everything happening. So it will get to the grassroots. Thank you, King, for coming. Thank you for your submission, and God bless you. All right, let's take Mr. Tony Steve. What's up, sir? How are you doing, Tony Steve?
I'm good. Good evening.
Do you have a submission to make, or you want to ask Dr. Michael a question?
I just have a little submission to make. Dr. Mike Egbebike, we usually call him the mayor. Good evening, sir. Um, the carefully listened to his submission, and I really think some of the people Mr. PeterObi worked with while he was the governor of Anambra State are not actually doing him. They are doing him some kind of disservice. Because during this flood issue, when he called off his campaign, that was sometime last week, he called off his campaign to start a tour of some of the flood-ravaged area in this country. People that don't really know much about his personality and his time in governance as governor of Anambra State started with issues of, yeah, he's doing this because he's coming out for president and a kind of shopping, or should I call it, yeah, shopping for popularity or shopping for people's sympathy and stuff like that. I was in Anambra during his time as governor, and I must say that in terms of flooding, he really did massively well. I listened to him this morning on Arise TV when he was making his submissions about the dredging of River Niger and River Benue. And there's something spectacular he said, that we have these two major rivers in the country, River Niger and Benue, and yet these two major rivers in the country generate little or nothing into the national coffers. We make little or nothing, no money. The federal government cannot boast that this is what they make from River Niger or this is what they make as revenue from River Benue. And he was talking about...
Mr. Tony, we're getting some feedback. I think that's from your car. Can you please fix that? Can you fix that so we don't get the beeping sound from you? You can unmute your mic and speak now, sir.
Okay, guys. I'm sorry, Mr. Tony. Before you go ahead, I would like to appeal before you take the mic to speak. Do well to ensure your environment is conducive enough to make a good submission for all of us to enjoy. You can hear me speaking right now. No background noise, no nothing. I know sometimes you cannot avoid background noises, but ensure it does not interfere with your submission here. And I also like to appeal for us to stick to the topic of the space. And if you're not ready to speak, do not request for the mic so we can do this real quick and then pass the mic around for everyone to have opportunity to speak with the Honorable Commissioner here. So if you are not ready to speak, don't request for the mic. And if you're up here, do ensure your environment is conducive enough to have a good submission for all of us to enjoy. So I don't know if you've taken care of the noise right now. Mr. Tony, do you want to go ahead? Mr. Tony? Okay, over to you, Bishop. Please go ahead.
All right, Mr. Tony, you want to unmute your mic and speak if you have a good background now? All right, just as soon as you're ready to speak, just give me the hands up and then I'll bring you on as a speaker, or I'll give you the mic to speak. Daisy Martins, what's up, my brother? How are you doing, Daisy Martins? Daisy Martins, how are you doing, sir? Please unmute your mic and speak, Daisy Martins. All right. Mila Man, what's up, Mila Man? How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening. I'm happy to be on this space. It's great. I love this topic about this environment and the issue of flooding. One of my summation on this issue is my experience at Anambra, because I was there 2 weeks ago, and I can tell you that what I saw with my eyes and what I observed in the environment. Indeed, there was a great work during the time of the tenure of His Excellency PeterObi, and we drove down from some part of Anambra as we got to Imo State. Yeah, I saw a lot of issues about flooding, and I think that there's a big difference between Anambra and other states within that east part, and we show that indeed PeterObi really did a great job. And most people don't know until they see with their own eyes. But my little question I want to ask is to the doctor himself. He was former commissioner, and there are other colleagues of his who were former commissioners. But the question I want to ask: why are they quiet? Like, they are not doing enough in ensuring that people understand and know that indeed PeterObi was indeed a great leader, that PeterObi indeed achieved great things during his tenure as the governor of Anambra State. Most of the commissioners are quiet, they don't talk. In fact, PeterObi has been talking and talking and talking. And one of the speakers actually gave an instance where this issue of the flooding came up, and PeterObi canceled his campaign and decided to say he will want to visit the people who were affected by the flood, using Benue as an example. A lot of people come on social media, especially someone like Greno Mokri, condemning and saying all sort of things. And, there are people who don't know PeterObi seriously, but when we have other, team like former commissioners who could come out and speak with details, with facts, people will have reason to believe more. Why am I saying this? If people don't hear you say good things about the next person, other people will believe what they hear from others. So I'm calling upon the doctor himself to equally, come out, encourage other of his colleagues who were former commissioners to come out and speak. Come on radio, come on television. We need to hear. As the campaign get up towards 2023 general election, people need to know more about PeterObi. People need to hear about PeterObi. People want to know the great things he did as former governor of Anambra State. Because, the opposition, they are not sleeping. If they were the one having this kind of, incredible candidate like President of PeterObi, we wouldn't have any place to hide. I mean, they will finish all of us because of, you see, you have a credible candidate who come on live TV, give you facts and figures, give you accurate statistic in every area. And I'm encouraging, I'm asking, please, doctor, encourage your colleagues. They should come out and please speak about PeterObi. We want to hear more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Doctor, would you want to answer that?
Yes, I thank you so much. As you know, the campaign is just beginning. Yesterday, on Saturday, I was over at a meeting where I also represented His Excellency. It's a seminar that was organized by the church where I represented His Excellency, and we also spoke. Others are also speaking in different fora. But I believe that what's important is maybe how do we get to Arise TV or Channel TV? I think that's basically where that's how to actually get to talk to everybody. But we're all speaking in our various media. It might not be as widespread. I don't have the Twitter, for instance, the Twitter space to reach out to more people. I've seen Reno Omokri. Sometimes I respond to Reno Omokri, but Reno Omokri just wants attention. When he talks, you see that he's empty. So I don't think. I think sometimes responding to him too much might actually embolden him to talk more. So, but when it comes to issues, when I have issues to talk about, I always do that. and that's basically what. But it's just the campaign is just beginning, and I think we have a long campaign ahead of us. Thank you, but I thank you for your submission, and I'm going to make sure my colleagues get to know this. We have to talk more, but that's what we're already planning to do anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Hope that question has been answered, Mr. Millerman. Thank you very much. Let us take front seat. Front seat, how are you doing? Magnific Jude, you're welcome. Nice to see you here, man.
Yeah,
All right, front seat, do you
yeah.
have actual question? Go ahead and place it
All
up.
right, Bishop. Thank you, Jack. Pels, well done, everybody. Actually, my own is about the way the campaign has been going towards our side in Southeast. I actually wanted to bring out my sword, but since you have made a legitimate point as it concerns that campaign is just starting, I will want to hold on a little bit because some of us from the Southeast are beginning to think that we are not interested in presidency. We are not interested in PeterObi. We are not interested in what he has to offer. We are not even interested if he even comes down to beg us. I was listening to Dan Olas the other day. He was asking that PeterObi should come down and tell him his path to victory. Within 3 months of making that comment, he's already an advisor to PDP. I don't know what is going on in the Southeast, and it is heartbreaking. I'm not trying to make it a kind of an ethnic campaign, but I think PeterObi more or less is looking like an ethnic orphan. Nobody from there seems to be backing him. If this election goes the way it's going, and the North, as we are hoping, finally delivers him, some of us will be waiting for any person, I'm trying to choose my word carefully, any person from the Southeast to cough. Any person from the Southeast to cough. There is not, the insult has not started coming. But like I said, I think others will agree that we need to give you people a benefit of doubt, especially those of you that work with him. I'm sorry if I'm sounding a little bit harsh. Those of you that are working, there's nothing these APC people have not said here. Where are those who worked with him? Does it mean he didn't make anybody? Doctor, I know you are a reputable person. You are not afraid. I don't think you are afraid.
No.
Because if you are keeping quiet, it means there's something you are scared of. And I believe that others like you, a professor, have come here too. These are reputable men that PeterObi worked with. And it seems that it's only youth that are driving this thing. So like I said, I'm not angry for now. I wanted to be. I'm not angry for now. But since you said the campaign is still starting, I will wait for more action. Please, let us align. He's not an ethnic candidate. He's not running as an ethnic candidate. But there are things that some of us are expecting to come out from you people. And what is that? Directing things that this man have done we are not aware of. I'm sorry if I'm sounding naive, but today is my first time of hearing this part called New Map. I never knew Obi was involved in New Map. I never knew. So these are some of the things. There are others that you people may have, we do not have. We are waging war against two monsters. The other one's name is Jennifer. The other one is Plea Bargain Group. That is what I call them. I think calling them Agbado and Mekano Boys is even giving them credit. PDP candidate is Jennifer. APC candidate is Plea Bargain Group. That's the way I have categorized them. So we need to step up a little bit more. Having said that, I want to summarize by saying, please, you people need to. I'm taking this quiet time that you people are exercising as a time for you guys to sharpen your tools, not really to insult anybody. I don't think PeterObi needs anybody to insult somebody on his behalf. He's already marketing himself. All he needs to, all you people we are calling you people on to do is that if there's a place he's forgetting, remind him. This election can be won before 12 noon on 25th of February. And
Yes.
that's my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I address? Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank you. You go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate your question. Like I told you, we all coming out. You know when they say Peter, who did Peter make in Anambra State? Peter did not make millionaires, but Peter made the people of Anambra. You know, I was in the U.S. for 20-something years. I started from New York, New Jersey, Miami, Georgia. I was involved with numerous projects. I was involved in the Miami Heat Arena project, the Miami International Airport 4th runway, the Hartfield Airport 5th runway. Tell me in the project, the South Florida, the Everglades project, the South Florida Water Management District. I was involved. But since I worked for Peter, I decided not to come back. So I'm now resident in Nigeria, and my people are still over there. My beautiful wife and my 4 children, they're still over there, but I'm over here in Nigeria. So we are ready for this election. We are going to do the needful. Trust me, we are coming. All we need is the platform. And so when I heard about this bells, I mean, I was so excited, and that's why I'm here. And if there are more platforms I can talk, there are a lot of things I can talk about. I'm multidisciplined, and I believe I saw it. I was involved, so I can talk about it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bishop, can I just say something for 5 seconds?
5 seconds. It's what do you want to say, sir?
Nothing much that to say thank you to Doctor. Please sharpen your tools. MC Olomo and the rest are not better than us, and Kabakas are not better than us. Look at the quality you are parading. Thank you for coming, sir. I am humbled by your presence.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, front seat. You definitely took the front seat on this one. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to Daisy. Are you here now? You're raising your hands.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
You were sleeping on me before. Well, I forgive you. Go ahead. And space with us. You have 3.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I want to really concur with the last speaker, Francis, what he said, because over the time we have not really had any credible candidate that we can say or rely on. But this time around in 2023, seen and we have gotten someone we can rely on in the have been on our principal or have been done to our principal, Mr. PeterObi, by most of the people that have worked under him, that served in his government. I am very grateful to the former Minister of the former Commissioner of Environment, who made our time to come and enlighten us more on what they achieved during his time as a governor. Most of the people that served under him, we are going to hold a space for them to come out one after the other to come and share their testimonies or to come and give account of their services during the time they work with Governor PeterObi. Now, I want to say this and categorically be clear to this. I want to say, the people we are waging war against, they do not sleep nor do they slumber. They are peace in their own ways. But let the lunatics take over the asylum while we are still on guard. We will not let that happen. Former Commissioner, I can vividly attest to most of the works you have quoted that you guys did under PeterObi. Over the time Anambra was more like a slum when it comes to the
I think we've lost Daisy there. Daisy, I still see you in the audience. You might just want to request for the mic and come back up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bishop, you can pass the mic to another person while we wait for Daisy to come back.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Maduago Nzubechi, how are you doing today, sir? You have your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Sorry, I'm having this good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, sir. So,
Thank you.
like other people have said, I sometimes I just come on this space and I hear things you guys have done, and I'm in shock because if half of these things were documented, we will not be even stressed out. When these flaws happen, people are saying, "Oh, what did your candidate do as governor? What did your candidate do as governor?" And we are looking for these things. And most of these media people do not document something on that will favor you. We are looking for it and we not see until PeterObi gave this interview that he gave today. And my take from the interview he gave is what I think Mr. Steve was saying before he left. Commercialization of the Niger and the Benue, and even the statistics he gave. So these are the things that we want out there. I just think that we have not. There are a lot of things this guy has done that we don't know. And what shocks me the most is how intentional he is with his policies. Sometimes we think, oh, he just built this bridge for beauty's sake. He just did this one. He just did this project. But the intentions behind it is what moves me the most. That's why when I was listening to you, I was thinking, oh, so this is the reason why he did this. So this is the reason why this project is there. So this is the reason why this bridge is there. This is the reason why this canal is there. And I think even though it's to buy at least airtime in Arise TV or Channels TV, because after Obi left, the people that that took on the show, like the Newsday show, one of the analysts was saying, what did Obi do as governor for the flood? And sometimes, well, as if I should enter the TV and ask him, did you not hear what Obi said in the last time? So we need people to go there. Stay there, even though it's via Zoom or anything. Let these people grade you. From what you are saying, from the way you speak, you can stand even one of the best journalists in Nigeria. So we need people to stand here. You say the things people did. So aside from that, so one of the things I wanted to ask is, when you guys were doing everything, was there any other project you guys did in the area of, let me say, deforestation or reforestation or all those things? Because of the way we, in the East here, yes, a lot of people usually use firewood and all this thing, and you leads to a lot of deforestation. So did you guys work towards that angle? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, doctor.
Okay. I thank you. I thank the last speaker. And when the reason His Excellency seemed to have touched on everything is that he was actually following the MDG goals. And that those goals are really comprehensive, and that is why he said he looked like he touched everything. He actually touched everything. And of course, a sustainable environment is MDG goal number 7, and that is the area that I helped him. That's the area that environment falls under. Now, in Anambra State we have forest reserves. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of the Forestry is also under Ministry of Environment at the time I was there. And one of the things we did was engage in massive tree planting. And when I say massive, I mean massive tree planting. And of course, I cannot attest to the fact that these forest reserves are still intact. But because different administrations come and our people with our land development and our greed to grab continue to decimate some of these forest reserves. Of course, you should know the Akpaka Forest Reserve in Onitsha. There are many other forest reserves around, and one of the things, those are the reserves. We are not in we are not intentional in our actions, but His Excellency PeterObi is. Most Nigerians do things haphazardly, but His Excellency Mr. PeterObi does. Just like you have in South Florida the Everglades that is used. I mean, you see what happens in the Everglades, you marvel. It's a massive expanse of land that is recharged with water. They leave it as swamp, and they recharge it with water, and that's how intentional they are when it comes to environment. His Excellency was very intentional when it came to environment. And one of the things I can tell you, though, that the problem that I can tell you that we have is that some of these things take a long time to manifest. And like I said, because of the somersault of government, you start, somebody else comes and discontinues. And that is the biggest problem that we have. But I can tell you that he did work in Anambra State. And I can also tell you that we're going to talk about it. It's a long campaign period, and I will be on a rise. I will be on channel. And trust me, we will talk.
Thank you very much, sir. Very, very grateful. All right. Please, guys, thank you. Keep requesting the mic, okay? We're going to have more people come up and speak. Thank you very much. All right. Let's take Munachi. Munachi, what's up? Munachi Harry, how are you doing?
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Mike. Welcome to our space. We are happy, at least we are feeling a bit belong. I want to align myself to what most of the speakers have said earlier. You know, if half of what His Excellency Mr. PeterObi did in Anambra State, if half of it is being reported the way these people are overhyping Tinubu in Lagos, by now nobody will even be talking about the rest of the candidates. But the problem we have is that I don't know, maybe, in fact, I want you people to understand that this PO's campaign now, this presidential campaign, is not the same way, is not the same as governorship campaign. I understand vividly the way a PO run his things, but this time around now, it is no longer the business as usual, where you have to, speak to people and people will believe in you. There are so many things that needs to be done in this for us to be able to achieve what we are looking for. And one is this. Though gradually I'm beginning to understand that PO is gradually moving to that, because the PO I know, PeterObi I know, will never go and make a donation, towards maybe all this ID cap and the rest of them and make it public. He will never do that. But prior to all this campaign of a thing, you see him now doing it, and that is the trend. Let us not just wait and relax and believe that his good deed will speak for him. We need you people to come out and speak to this thing. And again, I am from Anambra State. I know when they are talking about climate change and all those things, what he did and the rest of it, I know that he did something even in my own town when erosion was almost carrying our village. I know he did something in my own town, and I am been waiting for people that will come out. I have always publicizing it in my own little way. But also, I know that he did something in Wangene River, the popular Wangene River then. And all these things, there is one, I think Mr. Egbebike or something like that. He was a commissioner of, I don't know, I can't remember. He's also on Twitter.
It is me.
Sorry?
I'm the Egbebike.
Okay. All those things, try to let people know that the man.
What is your town?
Sorry?
What is your town?
Nanka.
Okay, we did work at Nanka.
Yes, they did that erosion. Yes,
the Nankagoli erosion site, I know that the PO did a lot of marvelous work there, and that is why that erosion was curtailed up to today, except recently now. And what I wanted to ask is this: you are the commissioner for environment. There are so many, reports like this drainage and all these dates being blocked, and some of them he opened. So what are those things? And again, the time of Anam flooding, was there something specifically he actually put in place to curtail to make it not to be repeating itself again? And also there is a one let me not call it stupid question or stupid people. Somebody asked on this Twitter the other time. He said that PeterObi couldn't build a dam in Anambra City. Now I want to ask you, as a commissioner, is it possible? How possible is it for a state governor to build a dam? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Monachi. Dams are built not on River Wangene or small rivers. Dams are built in large bodies of water, which in most cases are federal concerns, like the Benue and the Niger. And it's not up to him. The Benue and the Niger belong to the federal government because it traverses through various states. There is no way His Excellency can build a dam on the Niger. And building a dam is not a state thing, because when you dam a river, there are people who are downstream. You see what the Cameroon Dam is doing to us. It's something that is discussed on a national level. So the dam has already been, is part of the agreement that was reached back in 1980s. I think Mr. Dangote was part of the commission at the time that met to discuss what needed to be done because of the Cameroon Dam. But it is a federal thing. It's on an exclusive list. It's not something a state government can do. And dams are not just for flood control or for reservoirs. Dams are also for electricity generation. And you do know that electricity generation is also on the exclusive list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So please, guys, I'd like us to keep to time. All right, do not overstretch or overreach. Once you've asked your question, if the question goes straight to the question, if it's a submission, then make it a submission. Because when you go for a submission and then you go for a question, it might overstretch your time. Okay? And one of my boss has told me, Bishop, don't overstretch yourself or don't stretch yourself thin so that you don't break. All right? Thank you very much, sir, for answering those questions. Let me take Magnific Dude. Magnific Dude, how are you doing? Hi, Mag. Mag, are you there?
Okay,
Okay.
he doesn't seem to be
back.
there. Bishop, can we take a lady? We have
Do we have
a lady on stage. Yes, we have the beautiful Miss Bolanle here with us. So why don't we just give her the mic to speak?
Hi, Miss Bolanle. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Good evening, pals Jack and Bishop. Good evening, Dr. Mike and everyone here on Pals Spaces. Thank you all so much for all you're doing for the campaign. We really appreciate the stare that you give us, and everything else that you do. What I wanted to say was one of the biggest things that we face online when we're trying to do our campaigning and perhaps offline as well is misinformation and propaganda. And as everyone would know and accept, dealing with misinformation and propaganda is easy. You deal with it by giving the right information, showing evidence. My frustration obviously is, I listened to PeterObi this earlier on, and I was like, a lot of the things that he was saying, I didn't know about them. And I'm like, how is it we don't know? And I feel, in a way, Dr. Mike, yourself and other people who've worked with him perhaps have been a bit on the back foot when it comes to helping us, so that we can fight this battle effectively. I know earlier on you said something about, you've heard about spaces. There's so many. There's Morning Digest. There's People's Parliament. There's Violent Space. There's so much, and there's so many ways in which you could assist us, because you're talking from a place of experience and as a professional. I see, whilst the other parties are really trying to use this campaign period to attack the person of PeterObi, he's trying to keep it as issue-based as possible. And in order for us to drive his message to where it needs to get to, we need the information. So I really would like to see you guys being a bit more out there. We need to see you. I know you said that you're going to be on the news, and you're going to, go to news stations and do things like that. We need it. I don't want us to leave it too long. Had it been that we were waiting for the official campaigns to start before we started this obedient movement, we wouldn't have made as much progress as we have made thus far. And so it's really, really, really important that these things happen now. Plan it, let us know so we can tune in, do the video, put them, people should go and should follow you en masse, so that we can see your content and we can share it. Because we know that whilst we're doing it online and we seem to be winning the online space, we also need people who are going, into the rural areas to sensitize people so they have this information. Because you'll be surprised at what people have been told about PeterObi. All of it lies, all of it easily debunked. But what we need is the evidence. And whilst Google is wonderful, some things are not on Google, because from what I've learned, PeterObi wasn't big on, calling news media to come and, to see the good things he was doing. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't be we're not struggling, but it would just make life a whole lot easier for those of us who are trying to drive the campaign online and offline. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much. I have taken note of what he said. Whenever I'm going to be appearing on radio or TV, I will make sure that I broadcast that to this space, and that can get to everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Munenchi. All right, let's take Mr. Bolanle. Sorry to say, Jimmy, your hands have been up. How are you doing, Jimmy?
Hello, Bishop. Hello, Pearl. Jack.
Hi, bro. How are you doing? It's been a while, sir.
Fine. I'm fine. I'm doing fine. Welcome you, Dr. Mike. It's really nice hearing you speak. Madam Bolanle, you've spoken well. That was good. Now, here's my question. I think about two questions, actually. The first one is, you were the Environment Commissioner for His Excellency PeterObi when he was a governor. And I have no doubt. I'm a Yoruba guy. I love PO, and I'm a great fan. It's Labour Party all the way. I have no doubt in my mind that PeterObi is the next president of that country. And as you served as a commissioner under him, I want you to know that definitely you're going to be the Minister of Environment. So, and I believe with your experience and how good you were with your work, your experience back in the US and everything, I strongly have this belief that you don't believe handling the climate change has to do with any rat eating any Holy Communion or only poisoned Holy Communion. So my question is, how do you think the climate change can be handled in Nigeria if you sorry, not if, when you become the Minister of Environment? Because I have no doubt that's my belief right now. I have no doubt PeterObi is going to win. So it's always good to prepare ourselves for what comes up next after that. So I'm certain you don't believe Holy Communion, poison Holy Communion has anything to do with climate change. So what do you think climate change? How do you think it can be tackled? From your perspective as a Minister of Environment. Thank you. I use the mic.
Well, thank you, Jimmy, and I hope your prayer comes true. And and I thank you so much for that prayer. But climate change, like I said, is a global phenomenon. When it comes to climate change, the whole world is one. What happens in China affects us here. Some of the biggest polluters are the industrialized nations. And I'll tell you something about climate change. You know, there is part of climate change that is man made, and there is part of climate change that is natural. That was part of Donald Trump's argument. You know, once you subscribe to climate change, so for those developed nations, it means that they have to cut back on their industrialization. The reason we are where we are is because of the massive industrialization in India, in China, in America. Uh, we are not really contributing much. The only problem is the, the little underdeveloped nations are asking the developed nations to give them. There is what they call credit. You know, there are things, there are credits, there are monies given to you if you document it properly. Uh, and those can also become monies for development, for developing clean energy. You know, like our gas is actually a cleaner form of energy. We are now doing diesel. Diesel is not clean. But you notice that the world, sometimes these things are not very easy. If you notice what's happening in Europe, coal is now coming back because they need that energy and they're not getting it from Russia. So they now go back to coal. So when you start doing the right things, sometimes if the whole world is doing the right thing, then we can gradually get to where we are going. But I want to let you know that uh, there are little things we can do in Nigeria. For instance, there has been regulations, there have been rules enacted in Nigeria about the burning of gas in the Niger Delta. The various oil producing countries continue to shift the dates. And up to today, there is still flaring. Let me use the correct word, flaring. Up to today, there is still flaring going on. The gas that is being flared is helping to contribute to the greenhouse gases. And you know, when you you put all that gas in the atmosphere and you don't have enough of the trees to absorb it, you are actually contributing to climate change. When you have vehicles that emit too much carbon monoxide and other toxic gases, you are contributing to climate change. When you cut down trees and you cook with your firewood, you are affecting climate negatively, affecting the climate negatively. So one of the things that we must do is this transition to gas. Because when you see gas burn, you see it burns blue. A proper burning gas means that the emissions are not as you have in firewood, where you have a lot of incomplete combustion. So one of those things will be that transition to cooking gas. Incidentally, since I left as commissioner, I've gone into cooking gas. I'm also marketing cooking gas. I have cooking gas plants because one of the speeches that the federal government Buhari made when he took office was that transition to cooking gas. And if we can get some of our vehicles, convert some of our vehicles and our generators to use gas, natural gas. These are things that we ought to be doing in Nigeria, and I think it's coming. If Mr. PeterObi becomes the president, and as a matter of fact, let me say, when he
Sorry,
becomes
sir.
I corrected myself. When he becomes the president, these are some of the things we are going to implement immediately. I mean, we may not get to electricity, we may not change from diesel straight to electric cars, but we can at least do natural gas controlled fueled cars. So these are little things we can do. We can at least stop the flaring of gas in the Niger Delta. We can at least plant trees. These are ways to control this climate change in your own way. Then we must also participate with the rest of the world. We must attend all those protocols, the Kyoto Protocol, the French Protocol, the various protocols, because it's a team effort when it comes to climate change. We must participate with the world to ameliorate the contributions to climate change and to have a better, sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Jimmy. Hope that question was answered. All right. Let us take PeterObi Crusader. PeterObi Crusader, how are you doing today, sir? PeterObi Crusader, are you there? All right, MJ Stack, hit us with what you have, MJ Stack.
Hello, Bishop, and
Hi,
hello,
MJ.
Karen. Jack. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah. Basically, Dr. Mike, I don't have a question for you. I actually have more or less a submission. I happen to be. I was born in Onitsha, actually. My mom is from Anambra State, and I grew up for the most part in Anambra State. And I would like to let you guys know that during my time in Anambra, at the time, my mom was the principal of a government secondary school, Eastern Academy, if anyone knows that school. Anyway, the point is, I quite know a lot about the administration of Peter, which is the reason why I'm actually championing and supporting him in the best way that I can. Because at the time, I had an uncle of mine. He lived in a place called 33. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, Dr. Mike, I believe you know the area in Anambra State that is called Abaka Forest, right?
Yes.
Good. Now, if you recall, between 2006 to around 2010, there was a huge insecurity menace in the forest of Abaka. Kidnappers, it was basically it was towing the lines of Sambisa. And if nothing was done, I could guarantee you, it could very easily have become the Sambisa forest of the southeast. Now, I'm bringing this up because, like PeterObi said in his live interview at Arise this morning, he said he's going to deal with insecurity decisively. Now, at the time when all of this was going on, PeterObi actually put in a group. He assembled something I would call a tactical team. I can't remember their names, but I remember it contained quite a few people and some of his ADCs and DCP from the north as well. Now, what they did, they tackled that issue. They ran those bandits out of Abaka, and they didn't stop there. Now, Abaka Forest today, it's more or less like a mega city. It's more or less like a residential area. As a matter of fact, my uncle, before I left Anambra State, my uncle had houses there. So it became one of the fastest growing places in terms of infrastructure and houses. Now, that is because of the insecurity that was happening there. He not only ran them out, he also made sure to turn that place from an isolated place. He made it become like a new megacity, basically, where people buy lands and build houses. So the point is, if he said he's going to tackle insecurity,
You should know, no doubt. And also on the part of climate change, and I can tell you for a fact, and for free actually, that I mean, in my own opinion and from my own findings, Anambra State is the most, it's the state in Nigeria that is most prone to erosion. There is no part of Anambra that is not prone to erosion. It is the hardest place for you to even try to tackle, and it's basically all water. I mean, if you're trying to dig a borehole in Anambra, you don't need to go so deep before you even get, I don't know. I can't tell you the particular fate, but it's quite watery. And also, it's also prone to erosion. When you're looking at the areas of, from the lines of that 33 road down all the way to Ekulobia, the roads there, erosion is almost, a yearly occurrence. But he did tackle it. He built like drainage systems, bridges. He did a lot over there, And the people of Annam, I don't think there is any one single person in Annam as of today who would not tell you, who would not sing the praises of PeterObi, because he literally linked them. He connected them to the rest of Anambra. He did a lot. I mean, I can't stand here and start singing all his praises because I only know what I know, right? I know what I remember from then. And I'm sure he did a lot more than that. He's a man who does things in secret. He doesn't come out to say all he's doing. Right now is the election season. That is why we actually know just the bit he's doing. We know about these things because right now he has to tell us these things. When he was governor, he did a lot more than that. Anyway, this is just my 2 cents. So in conclusion, what I'm saying is, when he says he's going to deal with security decisively, he will do just that. All right, I'm banking my word, my reputation on him. I mean, he's going to do it. If it's for security, he will do it definitely. And for climate change and all of that, I'm pretty sure he also has a good plan about that. If you're looking at all the presidential candidates, the only person that you can actually have, I mean, even if you don't trust him 100%, you can't tell me you trust Tinubu more than you trust Obi or any other person or article. You will just be lying to yourself. If he says he's going to do it, you take his word for it. And if he doesn't do it, we'll be right here to hold him accountable. But I can assure you, he's going to do it. All right? So thank you, everyone. And I'll use the mic at this point.
Thank you. Thank you so much, MJ Stack.
Thank you very much for your submission, MJ. We really appreciate that. So without wasting much time, I'll pass the mic over to Philip Bako. Hi, Philip. How you doing? Philip Bako.
Hi, good evening. Okay,
yes, good evening.
Philip, are you there?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Have the floor. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mike Egbebike.
Thank you.
Your submissions have been very interesting. I went through one of your interviews in 2010. While you were still a commissioner under His Excellency PeterObi. And I saw one of your interviews where you were talking about climate change. I have a lot of concern about climate change, and I want to just bring up a few things with you just within my short time available. I saw some discussions you had about the Kyoto protocol and all of that back then, as well as you talking about the. By the way, I found out you're also a lawyer, and that's commendable. Thank you so much for all your sacrifices. Anyway, straight to the point. So I see you were talking about Kyoto protocols then and all of that. So my concern is this: if after all of those works you guys put in then in Anambra, we were still unable to arrest the situation. I've not been to Anambra, and I came to from what this guy said just now. I came to understand that Anambra is more of sitting on top of water and all of that. So, sir, within this few times you guys were able to arrest the few places in Anambra where it was erosion prone, what did you do? Is it something you did for a lasting solution? If yes, How and what stops you from doing that in other parts? That's one. I know time was more of a challenge for you guys. Then secondly, I'm in the north. I'm from the north, and I can tell you for free that a lot of us here, by the reason of the kind of job I do, I connect with a lot of rural environments and all of that. To be very frank with you, if not because of the study I've studied about what you guys did back then in 2010, I wouldn't know. I don't think the average Nigerian knows anything about what you guys did on erosion. How do I convince my brothers in the north about your what you guys did there? So this calls for a proper grassroots work. And I want to encourage from my little experience in the north that Twitter would not work. I was hearing you were talking about you going on spaces, which is very important, going on television, excellent. But I assure you, in the north, we don't have all of those things working, especially in those rural environments. And these are the people that will give you your vote. Take it from me, they will give you your vote. So what I want to say for me is simple, sir. I want you guys to go as low as using the radio. An average man in the north, an average Hausa man would save up money up to 10,000 naira just to buy that small device on his ear. This is a study I've taken, not as if I was told. I was born and bred in Kano State. I work largely in the north all my life, around the northern Nigeria. So at least to an extent, I've covered a lot of northern Nigeria. Please, this thing should go as far as grassroots. This should be notified. I know you guys had a lot of politics about a lot of people were not happy with PO's administration when he was in place, and that's why a lot of them are not coming out to speak about what he did. I understand all of that, especially because they couldn't embezzle funds. But the few of you that were there and were able to say see a lot of things he did, I think it's high time you all come out and speak. But please, back to Kyoto Protocol, where you guys I know Kyoto means you guys were supposed to get some funds because we in Africa we don't really contribute a lot to these so-called this general environmental challenge because we are not so large in industrialization. So what was the agreement in place within that time and what were you guys able to achieve? Thank you so much. I hope I make sense. Thank you.
Okay, Philip, before I pass the mic over to Dr. Mike to respond, I'd like to correct an impression there. You said a lot of people who worked with His Excellency have not been coming out to speak. That's not very true because we've had lots and lots of people who worked with him come to speak. On my space alone, I've had over 10 commissioners who worked with him come to speak, and I will still bring more people here. And then talking about the Arewa thingy you said, I've just posted a tweet on a Jumbotron. I don't know if you've heard about Obedience Arewa TV. There is Obedience Arewa TV, and there are lots of Hausa programs going on Hausa radio stations all over the north. I have been able to tune into one of them from here. I've had someone call me on phone and put me through to one of the radio stations, and I was able to speak with someone there. So I think sometimes it's okay to ask questions if you're not very sure of something, but we're all here to learn, right? And that's why we all are having these conversations, because from these conversations we all learn. As the obedient family, we rub minds together and learn. So I will pass the mic over to Dr. Mike now to respond. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mike, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. I do appreciate your question. I believe I understand it to be two questions. One is on Kyoto Protocol, and the other is what did we do in erosion to ensure that it is lasting. Well, let me start with the erosion. One thing about erosion is Anambra, you're right. Anambra is the capital of erosion in Nigeria. And we have so many erosion sites. In fact, they are born almost like on a daily basis, and part of it is our fault. Part of it is natural. The natural aspect of it is the fact that the ground is under soil. It's very moistureless. that means it breaks up very quickly. So when you hold these rents fall the tree cover without the foliage directly on the ground in heavy downpours, practically breaks up the soil. Those are just the natural act of erosion. There are some we call it the man-made part of erosion that happens when we aggregate flood, like in road design. One of the things we did when we were there is to make sure we bring attention to the termination of roadside drainages. If you notice the erosion along Onitsha Owerri Road, it happened is somewhere around after Obosi and all that. That erosion happened simply because after the construction of the Owerri Road, the Onitsha Owerri Road, the drainage was terminated. That was the terminal point for the drainage. And when you're already saying that the soil is cohesionless, and then you bring all sorts of flooding and you terminate it at one spot with massive force, that is just a recipe for erosion. So one of the things we did was to preach that when roads are designed and constructed, that we do some kind of an impact assessment, that they get us environmentalists involved. Well, I happen to be both a civil engineer and an environmental scientist, and it worked while we were there. Now, when we are called on, there are ways you can dissipate the energy of flow before you leave the water. No matter the size of the water, if the water is flowing with such velocity, and the velocity is a function of slope. So if you are flowing down a steep slope, the water simply gathers more speed and force. The velocity transmits directly to force, if you'll understand some physics. So what happens is you now have to find ways to reverse the slope, to slow down the water before you let it go. We did a big example of that project was the one we did at Nsugbe, where instead of just allowing the slope that we came in with, we decided to do a sealing basin and we reversed the slope, and the water was depositing silt instead of eroding the soil. And people even started to come there to take sharp sand, if you know what I'm saying. So a lot of our problem in Nigeria is that of not being able to do the right things for people that were there before. Unfortunately, there are some of them that you cannot reverse. For instance, if you all know Zik Avenue in Oka, when it rains, Zik Avenue tends to flood because the drainages there are sealed up very quickly. And why do they seal up very quickly? The slope is so little that the water is not strong enough, does not have enough energy to carry the silt, because our people will continue to put silt. Sometimes it's not just silt from waste. Sometimes it's silt from the soil that come out from the farms. So we have not domesticated design principles, engineering design principles. Because if you come to America, for instance, they will tell you that the minimum flow to allow cleansing of your drainage channel is 2 feet per second. Now, if you apply that in Nigeria, what will happen is our water is not flowing clean. Our water is flowing with a lot of silt. So you must increase that to make sure, and that is where you see roads that have crests and peaks, sags and crests. That's why roads are done like that, so that you can have enough flow speed also for water to go down to a terminal point. So, but you must manage this very well. You must manage it very critically. So what we did also in Anambra State is we started to bring in what they call the watershed approach to erosion control, whereby, especially working with the World Bank, we brought in best practices around the world. So you don't just do an erosion in one little area, you look at the entire watershed. It's a watershed approach. You look at all the areas that are contributing to the flood that is causing the erosion, because it's still the flood. It's still this flood that we talk about that actually causes the erosion. So we did things. We introduced what they call the or biological means of remediating, so that before this erosion gets big, communities can learn how to use things like ordinary sandbags to stop it, because they start slowly and everybody pushes their water into the street, and the aggregation of all this flood. In the past, we used to do deep wells. We call it Omi in Igbo land. It's deep well. You sink a deep hole. So the water from your compound will gather and enter that deep well. That is how you even get the water you use in your compound. But now, nobody is doing that anymore. So every flow from your compound goes into the street, goes into the drainage channel, and they're all looking for where to go. By the time they all gather together, they become very, very erosive, and that is why in Anambra State, the torrential rain coupled with the cohesionless soil is the reason we have numerous erosion in Anambra State. When I was there with His Excellency, we did tackle it quite a bit, and the new map, which just ended, was part of his effort to bring a lasting solution. So now let me talk about the Kyoto Protocol. The Kyoto Protocol is just one of those meetings that the world gathered together to discuss climate change. The last one, I think, happened in France, and they continue to have all these things, but the point is, what about, are they enforcing, are they walking their talk? Because I will tell you the truth, we in Nigeria and in developing nations are not the major polluters. If you read the article I did write on climate change is not entirely man-made, you know. There is a natural aspect of climate change. As the world rotates and revolves, and as the world continues to go, and there was a time the world came to an end. There was this flooding that we learn about both in the Bible and in life. Various harsh climatic things have happened in the past, and the world continues to move on and rotate and revolve, and they continue to correct back. And so there are some parts of climate change that is naturally occurring, but there are some parts that we are helping to create. But Nigeria is not the major polluter. Most polluters are the industrialized nations. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, doctor, I think you did justice to what I wanted to know. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Have a beautiful evening out.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much again, Doctor. So moving on real quick, I'll pass the mic over to a lady. Hi, Fetch. How are you doing? Fetch, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Tel. Good evening, Tel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, it's cracking. Can somebody else speak? I need to get off the road. I think I'm having a challenge because of the traffic.
Can someone hear me? I'm not hearing anything.
Yes. Yes, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Piers. Thank you, Bishop, for this opportunity. And Dr. Egbebike, I hope I pronounced your name very well. If I murdered it, I apologize. Thank you for coming, spending this time out of your busy schedule. Mine is just more of submission. The question, no doubt, His Excellency PeterObi is going to win this election, period. There's nothing. Because this is divine intervention. Nigeria is in a crossroad. Unfortunately, this is my opinion. Nigeria is a failed state. And at some point, I am happy that the young people are coming to rescue that country. I have been fortunate through the grace of God. I've been out of that part of the world for almost 3 decades. Spent a decade in Europe. Right now, I'm in the United States, going almost 2 decades plus. I've seen good system. And my wish for Nigeria is that this should work. And look at the flood going on, right? We can come back. I mean, what stops us? Millions of us that are out, that are willing to come back, at least just to, even if it's cooking meals, giving these people, we can do that. Even if it's a month to do that, but we can. For me personally, I'm scared. I can't even go because you will be a target. What is the probability that somebody's not going to kidnap you and demand ransom? Unfortunately. But anyway, that's just by the way. So I am glad that you had the opportunity to work. I never heard of this man before, His Excellency. But because these young people are rally around, and that's why I started looking into it. And I said, it might be that there must be something. And I pray that through the great God Almighty, he will emerge. And I'm glad he had people like you that will surround him, that will guide him. The damage done to that country can never be rescued in 8 years, but at least that baby step will start. And I hope, it is my expectation that he will continue. He will lay that footprint so that generations to come will do, and they will bring that country back. And again, I will use this opportunity to speak to these young people, whatever they're listening. His Excellency PeterObi cannot do it alone. His cabinet cannot do it alone. The mindset of Nigerians need to change. If you guys, the young people who are supporting him now, have this mindset to say, oh, you know what? No, we don't want to continue this bad system. We want something good to continue. Then you guys have to change your mindset too. And just say, you know what? I'm going to do the right thing. You treat people right, do the right thing, and then we will have the country back. So there's a lot of work to do, and I don't envy you guys. I don't envy Mr. PeterObi, but somebody has to do it. All I can do is I pray for him, and I pray for you guys, Dr. Egbebike, that hopefully he brings you guys on board and bring guys on board who can help him. Also, made a lot of things that I have seen, Dr. Egbebike, a lot of guys from the diaspora that people are brought back into the government, I am not saying you, they end up being even the worst. They have seen good system, they have witnessed it. Even a lot of the leaders there, they come here, they see this stuff, they go back, they turn their eyes the other way. But I hope that they get this right this time. They don't even have a choice because the young people are going to hold them accountable. This is not business as usual. They're going to hold PeterObi accountable as much as they're going to really root for him. So I'm rooting for you guys. I'm praying for you guys. Good luck with the election. And may God help you guys. May God help that country, Nigeria. And may God help these young people who are fighting for this cause to take off this power from this power of darkness that held the country down for decades. Good luck again. Thank you, Dr. Egbebike. Thank you, Piers. Thank you, Bishop, for the opportunity. And thank you, young Nigerians. And may God continue to bless you guys.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for your submission. Dr. Mike, do you want to respond to that, or we just go ahead?
Well, let's go ahead. I want to thank him for his submission.
Okay, sir. So, guys, welcome back, Bishop. So, guys, just a little reset for the space. We all know we are going through a very heartbreaking humanitarian crisis right now. So many states in our dear nation is underwater. People are submerged. Their properties are submerged underwater. And this is not the first time it's happening in Nigeria. It happened 10 years ago. And we are expecting that by now the government of the day would have been able to take precautions for it not to happen again because they were warned. They were warned before it happened, but of course they don't care. They did nothing about it. And several states in the, I'm sorry guys, some people are sending me DMs. If you're trying to come up here and you're not able to get to request for the mic, it happens, please leave the space and return. You will be able to see the mic. Stephanie, I see you. I see your message. Please leave the space and return, then request for the mic. I'll bring you up. So Anambra State has had this experience before. knowing that we have a candidate who will become the president of Nigeria, we decided to bring his former commissioner, former honorable commissioner, Dr. Barrister Mike Egbebike, to come talk to us about how he was able to handle the floods in Anambra State. Now, a lot of people have put our candidates on a very high pedestal. They are not holding their own candidates responsible for the things they have done or asking them questions of what they will do when if they become president, because I know they won't become. But here we are. We have a very good candidate who is very, very easy to sell. And so part of what we do is bring people who have worked with him before to come have conversations about various ministries under in which they worked under him for. So today we are having that conversation. We've had a whole lot of education here today. I have learned a lot myself. I've been taking notes as Dr. Mike is speaking, and I'm also taking notes of most of the questions we're asking here because they are very important to every one of us. So I'm going to appeal again. If you're enjoying this space, do well to follow Dr. Mike, do well to follow my co-host, and do well to share this space. Let others come in here. Because right after this space, you're still going to hear some people say, "Oh, nobody that has worked with His Excellency has come to speak about him." I've heard that even right after finishing a space, I see some people still tweeting from the other end about how nobody that has worked with His Excellency has come to speak. So invite those people. It is not an echo chamber. If you have anybody here who is a Baptist or who is articulated or whatever, tell them to come up here and ask their questions. You never can tell who you win over, right? So guys, do well to share the space. Use the hashtag #TellSpaces. If you're mic shy, you don't want to come up here to speak, use the hashtag to make your submissions or ask your questions. So I'm not going to hog the mic too much. I have my own questions as well. I'm going to ask the good barrister right before we end this space. So I'm going to pass the mic over now to Bishop to continue with the queue. Bishop, are you there? Okay, before Bishop comes around, let me pass this mic over to PeterObi's Crusader. Crusader, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Good evening. The host.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, very fine. And you?
I'm all right, thank you. Please go ahead. Space with us.
All right. Good evening, Doctor. Mine is I just wanted to sit back and listen and enjoy the space. But I noticed that a lot of people have been complaining about lack of the information on the works P2B did the time he was governor for 8 years, and everybody had what he said on Arise TV today about climate change and how he tackled it when he was the governor of Anambra State, and the doctor corroborated that here now. I think my suggestion is this. I think people like Doctor and the rest of the people that worked with P2B during the time he was governor of Anambra State, maybe they should kind of resort to making short videos on their own, giving short speech and making it available maybe on his timeline. People can pick it up, circulate it to WhatsApp platforms, He can make some and they send it to P2B TV. They will help and circulate it, translate it in maybe like Hausa language, and all the rest, because I live in the north. People up here want to know more. Sometimes they walk up to you, wow, this your brother, he did this. Why are you not talking about it? They will know that even some of us don't even know about these things. So I think short videos, short speech, it don't have to be long. Maybe 1 minute, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 seconds will be too short. 1 minute, talk about the key points of the things, then make speech. There is one obedient man that I used to see his video. I think he's a northerner. He speaks in front of camera and say a lot of things about what he knows about Mr. P2B. And I used to save most of his pictures. I mean, most of his short videos and send it to WhatsApp groups. So I think that is what people that worked with PeterObi should start doing. Because if they are waiting for rightful platforms to do this thing, it may not come so easy. Not everybody is on this space here now. And even when they go on television, not everybody have time. And Igbo man in his mechanic, in his mbuka shop may not have time to be watching them when they were on television. But once you circulate this on WhatsApp, just leave it for them. Before you know it, about over 100 million people has had access to those messages and short videos. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, would you want to respond to that, or we just go ahead?
Yes, I do appreciate that suggestion by Pete, and I think it's something that we are definitely going to do. And now I have this platform, this space that I know has a wide followership. I think if I do that kind of video, this would definitely be a place to advertise it. And sometimes I wish I was. Sometimes I think we want to do a lot, but it's just that we need to have those platforms that can give voice to what we are saying. So it's not like nobody wants to talk, but we all want to talk. The reason I haven't come back to America is because of Peter. Because when you encounter this man, you really won't you change. I'm not here because of money. I mean, I was doing much better in America. And of course, you all know that working with Peter is not for personal interest because it's the state that benefits from your work. And when I left the United States, my colleague told me that I should do the best I could so that more would come back. So I think we did our best. It wasn't for pecuniary reasons. So I'm here.
There is one thing there is very common with those voices.
So we
Sorry, go
So we
ahead, sir.
continue to make those sacrifices. I'm gonna take your advice, Pete, and I'm gonna make one of those videos. Sorry, audios. I don't know, but I'm gonna be speaking with Bell to see the best way to make these things go around a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was not muted. A friend here was asking me something, and we're just trying to respond. And I think I should just say what I say to her right here. There is something that is very peculiar with those that have worked with His Excellency, and that is he has an eye for excellence. If you listen to his commissioners that have come on this space to speak, all of them are great professionals in their various fields. I'm sorry, sir, I might have to mute you, so I'm so sorry. Guys, before I go ahead, this is Dr. Mike's first time on a space ever, apart from the trial space I did for him, so you can get familiar with it. This is his first time ever on a space. So I was trying to tell a friend here that His Excellency has a knack for excellence. Like, he goes the extra mile to ensure he picks the best of the best to come work with him. We've had testimonies from various people who have worked with him, from Professor Stella Okuna to Barrister Afuba to Chief HSC, Lady Henrietta Bata, and right here with us again, Dr. Mike Egbebike. Everybody here that has worked with him have been professionals in their various fields. He calls them to come work with him, and they go back to their own endeavors after that. I doubt that they were they are politicians. They are professionals in their own various fields. They just come to serve with him. And we all know PO for who he is. When you work with him, you cannot be corrupt. When you work with him, you earn the barest minimum. Most of them even earn much more than they're earning with him when they were in their various fields. But they leave their professions, they sacrifice everything, sacrifice their time, sacrifice their own personal resources to come serve under him. It goes to show the kind of persons, the kind of large hearts these people have. So we appreciate you very much, sir. And guys, if you're enjoying the conversation, do well to keep following Dr. Mike and keep sharing this space. So right now, I'm gonna pass the mic over to Fetch and Bishop. When you're ready to speak, do let me know, Bishop. Over to you, Fetch. Are you ready for us now?
I'm ready. Good evening, pals. Good evening, Dr. Michael. Good evening, co-hosts. Good evening, all listeners. Dr. Michael, I thank you so much for coming on this space to join us today and to educate us. I didn't join from the beginning. I was busy, but I'm able to speak. What I have is a part submission, part question to, like a former speaker said, our incoming minister, to our minister of environment, to our incoming president. We've heard a lot about Abaka Forest. You talked about it here. And I would like to ask, taking into consideration the role of trees, in combating greenhouse gases, which lead to climate change and its effects, and the fact that our forests across the country have been invaded by criminals and non-state actors, what alternatives can be used without converting? The Abaka Forest was, I think from what you said, and maybe another person said, the task force had to go in and flush out, and it has been converted into a residential place and all that. But we also know that we need trees to combat, especially the carbon dioxide of the greenhouse gases. So now, taking that into consideration, what alternatives can be used across Nigeria? Our forests are full of bandits and all that, non-state actors. What alternatives can be used to combat criminalities in our forests or criminals without converting our forests and forest reserves into residential areas, considering the fact that those forests are so important in dealing with greenhouse gases? Then, second question and suggestion is that it's known by those that follow climate change and its effects that developing countries aren't really contributing to climate change, but of course are feeling the effects. My message to our incoming presidents through you is this: we don't need to do follow. Our greater, more damaging problem is environmental pollution and environmental degradation. Across the country, you see plastics of all shapes and sizes, all forms, electronic wastes, even solar panels are being used. We see all these things blocking our drainages, blocking our waterways, and all that. So I'd like to ask you, sir, as our incoming Minister of Environment, how would you balance of course, climate change seems to be in vogue, so to say, or effects of climate change and all that. How would you balance that one that is in vogue all over the world? Everybody's talking about it, is the big deal and all that, and our own local problem, which is even more urgent, which is environmental pollution, environmental degradation because of non-biodegradable items, basically man-made activities which are, destroying our environment even more than what we're talking about, climate change. Thank you, sir. That's my submission. Thank you, Pearl. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Fetch, for your submission. Sir, please go ahead and respond.
Yes, thank you, Fetch. Your first question is about the forests and the conversion of those forests to major cities. I know the last one of the speakers that spoke was talking about how the forest became a thriving city hub. It is an accident. It is an unfortunate. It is an accident of development. But Nigeria has a vast land, and you see what they do. Let me tell you what they do in the United States. If you have, say, a wetland that must be taken down, that you must develop, you don't have a way around it. What they make you do when you go for your permit is you contribute to a wetland bank. And what that does is that money you pay is used to create wetland elsewhere. I've been involved in creating a wetland because a school needed to take down some wetland. It just had to go. So sometimes in our development, some forests or wetlands may just have to go because as development come closer, we might need to relocate. And like I said, we have vast land. We can actually make sure that when you cut down one tree, you plant two. And if we if we're an organized society, as we should be, we should have a designated area that you can make those plants. And when you don't plant directly, you contribute money that is used to plant. That is the way it's done in developed climes. And I think it can be replicated in Nigeria. Now, when it comes to environmental pollution, biodegradables, non-biodegradables, because I believe the biodegradables are really not our major problem. Our major problem are the non-bio, the ones that are not degradable, like the plastics and everything. There is a bad news in that respect, and there are good news. It's not entirely, back in the developed nations, and I mean, I have this opportunity to have worked for 20 something years in America, so I can always compare systems. So over there, what they do is they do proper recycling, and these things are removed from the waste stream before they are discharged in the dump sites. In Nigeria, something interesting is happening. Because of poverty, there are people who are scavengers. These scavengers actually end up removing a massive amount of those plastics from our waste stream. And when you go around the city, you see people picking up bottles. You see, in wet dump sites. You see those scavengers. Well, they're working in very dirty environment, but the amount of bottles they bring out is massive. The amount of non-biodegradable materials they bring out is massive, and they sell them for money for recyclers, those that come to buy for recycling. And when I was commissioner, the house wanted to actually remove these people or make them pay for those. And I said, no, we can't make them pay. These are poor people, and they are actually doing it just like what happens with worms. Worms eat up what we don't need. You can imagine when worms don't feed on those wastes. You will find that some of our dead bodies will still be lying under the grave without decaying. So two things are happening. Nigeria, incidentally, we have all those scavengers trying to do the work that would have been more organized. So it becomes a solution in the short run, but at the end of the day, there is need for a permanent solution. And that is what a proper government like Mr. PeterObi's government will attempt to do. And I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, sir, you have. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Okay, then. Thank you very much, sir. I'll pass the mic over now to Charity. You're back here. Are you ready to speak now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and special greeting to Doctor in the house and Pels. Thanks for this space and all the listeners. I don't have a question because I've listened a lot and most of the questions have been asked, but I just want to say that for Pels, you don't know how much this space is doing to those of us who are from a distance. For example, I had an argument with one of my friends who said that PeterObi is not different from the rest, and I had to took her through a lecture, that based on the things I've heard from former commissioners and others who have worked with him. So please keep doing it, and this is more like a lecture room for all of us. So those of us who are far could easily get access to this information and make use of it in our own little influence. Like others have said, please make this information also available as the doctor has promised. So thank you.
Okay, that was a quick one right there. Thank you very much, Charity. And guys, just for your information, there is someone that has been packaging my spaces and posting on YouTube. I'll try to get his YouTube name from the DM, and probably I'll tweet about it. He packages these spaces in such a way that if you listen to them, You may even enjoy them more than the spaces. And this is not me saying you should go wait for him to package it on YouTube before you come in here to listen. But he is doing an absolutely great job with these spaces. He sought my permission and I gave him a go ahead to do it, and he's doing so very great. So apart from the spaces being recorded and being on my timeline after it's over, you can still go to YouTube and listen to them. He is doing an absolutely great job. Without wasting much time, I'll pass the mic over to DE, Danny Egba. Hi, Danny.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Mike. I've been privileged as a Nigerian, obviously, and I'm from the south. I schooled in UNN. So for a better part of my life, I was always going through Anambra State to Enugu State. So I experienced how the roads and the facilities were in the state infrastructure was before during Peter Obi's time and even afterwards. And I saw the developments that happened there. And this is a submission. I'm not actually going to ask a question. I'm just trying to lend my 2 cents. I think what I can say about Peter Obi is the intentionalism he has when he does projects. He's very intentional about his projects. It's not like so many of our other politicians that they end up doing so many projects, and after a short while, you can't even go back and say, oh, this is what this person did. I've been privileged to be with Dr. Mike, and we've spoken. He has taught me a lot about the environment and how, and I've gone through a number of states over the years, and I've seen that projects and roads and how they dealt with the erosion issues in Anambra State since about 10 years ago, how it's still holding up to today. And I think that's the message I want to pass down to the rest of Nigeria. Like that other guy said, the guy from the north, what he said, I think we need to transmit those very, very tiny, those details down to the north and even down to the south also, where we have cases of environmental degradation. Because the truth is that every other person will tell you that, oh, my governor has been doing roads over here. So what makes Peter Obi's road different from the one that the governors down here, down south or up north have been doing? Is the intentionalism. Like, it knows that this is not just a road for people to pass, that this road is going to face some certain problems in certain years. So it goes the extra mile to bring in the right professionals so that even with those problems, the infrastructure, the roads, or the structures itself, it's at least those problems. And I think that's what I like about Peter Obi, and the quality of professionals is brought with him, and I believe that he's going to take these professionals also with him when he becomes Nigerian president, because we need that people with that extra touch of say, I'm not just doing this for just to pass, just to get marks. And I think that's what happened to Peter Obi. That's why he didn't do these things to get so much mark. That's why he didn't publicize many of those things when he was the governor. So right now, I think the onus falls on us, those of us who have seen what he's done, and who understand the kind of person he is, and we know the kind of quality of people he's working with, to tell our people in the east, in the south, in the west, in the north, that see, this guy coming in with a different ball game. He's coming in with ideas that are backed up with good intentions. He's not just trying to get it from pass mark. He's not just trying to score points to make a name that, oh, this is what I'm doing just to get some score points. He's doing it because he has love, he has empathy. He understands the situation and he wants to better it. He could as well go somewhere else to stay. He has a lot of money to go somewhere else to stay, but he said that he wants to better the life of the people, and he understands how to do it. He knows how to get the quality of people. At least we all know, we can see from Dr. Mike's credentials that this is not someone who's just by the roadside trying to that got his position because he was a party member. He got his position because of what he has achieved in life and because of what he's still doing. And even after leaving his position as a commissioner, he didn't stay back to continue to continue a political career. He went back to doing what he knows how to do best. But that's where he gets his value from, and he's been growing since. And I can say the same about Peter Obi. Ever since he left government, he's been on the program with Pastor Pojo also, always speaking up for Nigeria, always speaking up on behalf of the youth, always speaking up as a citizen. He's doing his right as a citizen. And now I think we need to help to push his message now. I think, of course, it falls on these commissioners, past commissioners that have worked with him closely to transmit his message. But I think in our own little ways, as young Nigerians also, we can also help. So in our little ways to transmit his message. So as I appreciate the fact that Dr. Mike has said that they are already making some moves to get this the past works of Peter Obi, in different formats that can be shared, that can be displayed for those people in the villages, those people in the riverine areas, and let them know that the next road they're going to get is not just going to be a normal road. It's going to be a road that will, when there is flood, you have a way to come out from a village to at least go to the city. And I think by God's grace, come February next year, we'll all be celebrating a new dawn for Nigeria. We'll all be celebrating the fact that we'll have someone that will lead us and that will also listen to us. That will not be a ruler, but will be a leader, and will also listen to us. And there will be this back and forth and of both bottom-up growth and top-bottom growth in any way. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mike, and thank you very much, Pels, for this platform. I believe as time goes on, we'll be able to do more, and in our little ways, we also be able to contribute to it. Thank you very much, and I yield the mic.
Thank you so very much, Danny, for that very good submission. We appreciate that. And so many people who have worked with PO before, they are very excellent in their fields. Like I said before, they are professionals in their various fields, and they just give up everything to go serve with His Excellency. So without wasting much time, okay, Priscilla, do leave the space and return. You're trying to request for the mic, you're not finding it. Please leave the space and return. It happens sometimes. It's a glitch from Twitter. Nothing to do with the space. It's a glitch. So I'll pass the mic over now to First Lady. First Alukoshola. How you doing, ma'am? First Lady, are you there? Okay, moving on real quick. Over to you, Ashi. Hi, Ashi. How you doing?
Hello. Good evening.
Okay, sorry, Ashi. First Lady, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, thank you very much, Doctor, for what you have shared. And I've been following you, and I've been seeing all your space, but I've never joined. So today is my first time of participating in your space, and I really, really enjoyed it, and I appreciate you so much for what you are doing. And also appreciate Doctor for sharing, because I've never been to Anambra before. You don't know how Anambra look like. We only heard from the Excellency himself. But my encounter with the Excellency is I think the first time I will hear him speak is on the platform. I don't know if you know Covenant Nation Church. That's Pastor Poju, my day's church. That was the first time I will hear PeterObi speaks. And that particular year, since that day, in fact, I think after he has said a lot that day, I told my husband, I'm like, why can't you have someone like this as a president in this nation? And what attracted me so much to him is his ability to be able to cost wasteful expenses in government. And for me, these are the kind of person we need in the government. There's a lot of wasteful spending wasteful spending in our government, both the states and the federal government. I believe some people see government as a free lunch. Many people go there to go and have a free lunch where you can do anything you like. You give them contracts, they will inflate the price, all manner of things they do in the government. And having someone like this man as a president, I think it's going to be a big blessing to this nation. And I want to encourage everyone that is on this space this evening. I know we have been doing well, but we can do better. I just saw what you just shared now, what is happening in the north, and I was very impressed because we are having, my husband and I always have concern what is going on in the north. I did not are they aware, they don't even know who without B is. But seeing this, I kind of like have a bit relief that things are happening under. People are doing things willingly. We did Lagos rally, we went out, people came out on their own. And we are doing one-on-one. I'm doing every day. I'm a marketer by profession. When I'm meeting you, as I'm selling my product to you, I'm asking you, are you obedient? Whether you are Igbo, you are Yoruba, I don't want to know where you come from. I will ask you. All this, the mother on the street, I ask them, who are you going to vote for? Why do you want to vote for? I will make sure that I leave something with them. And this is what we need to do once we all come together as one. As one. We are speaking the same language, with the same voice, with the same energy, putting our voice out there. Our old age parents, our siblings, our colleagues at work, we should not engage in arguments. Arguments will not resolve matter. In my office now, I've commanded everybody to obey. And I ensure that everybody register for their PVC. And I'm telling them now, from next month, I have my own PVC. From next month, PVC, people will go and be collect, and I'm going to stay on their neck to ensure that they collect and they vote. The one that don't want to vote, you are going to vote, and you vote for PeterObi. Don't worry, they just go there, cast your vote, and go back to your home. If you know you cannot wait, you are scared something, but just go and if you cannot vote, maybe for that we're not able to register. Ensure you are speaking. We are talking to people. People are aware of who PeterObi is. Share his work. I'm very happy with hearing one of his commissioners. I've never heard from anyone close to him like this speaking. And I could see excellence. I could perceive excellence from this man. Show that the kind of person that PeterObi is an excellent person. Excellence does not mean it reflects your character. He's a man of character, a man of dignity, an honest man. We never have this kind of person as a candidate coming out in Nigeria before. So please, I just want to encourage everybody. Thank you for what you are doing, Pairs. Continue from we'll be sharing your space. As you have wants to put the date and the time, I will share it on my own Twitter handle. And everybody should all do the same thing. Everybody just keep sharing. They said we are 4 people in one room tweeting. Now we have taken over. We are going up places. I will keep going up places. And by God's grace, coming 2023, PeterObi will be declared as the winner of presidential candidate in this nation that will lead this nation to a better economy. Once again, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks.
Wow, thank you so very much, First Lady. Very good to listen to you and have you here. You said it's your first time speaking on my space. Thank you very much. Welcome to this space. And if I had a bell, I would have rang it for you as a way of welcoming you. Please always feel free to come to my spaces and request for the mic. I will pass it over to you to speak. And thanks for all you've been doing, encouraging people to get their PVCs and trying to convert people to the movement. Thank you so very much. And everyone, like I always say, yes, you're welcome. Thank you again. So everyone, like I always say, in your own little way, in your own little corner, you can actually convert people to the movement. And if you are obedient until now, you've not got your PVC, I wonder what's going on with you. I really wonder. But without wasting much time, I'll pass the mic over to Dr. Michael to say something.
Yes, I thank you, First Lady, for your observations. Thank you so much. And we are going to do this together. And I appreciate all the efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, First Lady, you can hear that from the former Honorable Commissioner. So, guys, Please keep requesting for the mic if you have a submission, you have a question. Our country is under a very huge unanswered humanitarian crisis right now. Lots of people's houses are submerged underwater. A lot of people are being troubled by the flood that is ravaging our country. So if you have questions about the flood, if you are a victim, if you've experienced it, even recently or the one that happened 10 years ago, nationwide, experienced it in any way of in any shape or form in your own state, please request for the mic and come here. Let's have this conversation. Whichever question you want to ask, the former honorable commissioner is here to respond to you. So keep requesting for the mic. Without wasting much time now, I'll pass the mic over to Ashi. Ashi, are you there now?
Yes, I am. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Ms. Pearce. Thank you for this impeccable opportunity. And Jack, Bishop, and the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Michael Egbebike. Thank you so much. I've been listening to the space and I truly appreciate your submission. Like so many other speakers have said, this kind of discussions is very important for us and for so many other people who are still yet to be fully convinced of the good things that a PeterObi presidency will bring to Nigeria. So, I'd like to say that it would be very much important for more commissioners, more representatives of the PeterObi administration in Anambra State to come forth and speak more on his behalf as well, to let Nigerians understand these are the good things this man did. For some of us, it's quite easy for us to go online, read about these things, check about his previous records in the administration he had in Anambra State. But for so other people who can just listen to radio programs or TV programs, it's important for people to come out and speak on his behalf. So what I would like to say is, first and foremost, we are so lucky. Like, I think since democracy began, I think this is one of the best moments we've had as Nigerians to correct our trajectory, because the path Nigeria is on, without good leadership, it's not sustainable. And this impeccable opportunity we have with representative of PeterObi, it's if we are able to do it as Nigerians, if we're able to put all our effort together as youths to make this dream become a reality, then it will be something that even coming generations will be proud of. I am in the diaspora, and I can tell you vividly that there is so much work also going on in the diaspora. In our own little way, we are able to convince so many people here in the diaspora to convince other people back at home as well. I would have loved, hopefully, with the PeterObi presidency, this is something we would get to talk about in his administration to help us to find a way to make sure people in the diaspora are not disenfranchised as well. I would definitely have loved to vote for PeterObi in this coming election if I had the opportunity to do that from here. Nonetheless, now only two ways we are going to try as much as possible to contribute. So with regards to the topic being discussed, which the Honorable Commissioner is here for, so I'm more of an environmental engineer here also. And I do understand the importance of sustainability, why government should prioritize sustainability in their administration. Yes, it's worthy of note that Nigeria does not really contribute so much to the CO2 emissions and climate change, but we get to bear the brunt of these contributions from other countries. The flooding happens every year. So it is important for representatives, for presidential candidates during this campaign period to come out to tell us what is it they are going to do. Not tell us, no, if they don't get funding from Western countries, they're not going to do anything. No. With the little resources we have, what are you going to do to address this flooding with the people who are suffering these consequences annually? So I'm glad to hear some of the things His Excellency Peter Obi did during his administration. I've been able to read about it as well. I've even shared some posts about the UN um, funds he sought for during his administration, and these are commendable things we would like to see. Well, I would like to, in my own little way, to advise. I don't know if Mr. Peter Obi has released his manifesto yet. If not, I would truly appreciate in his manifesto to flesh out these issues, to tell us exactly these communities that are ravaged by floods annually. These are the things these are the infrastructures we would put in place. These are the sustainability measures we'll try to put in place to address these concerns in this area, so that at least these communities will be able to see that something is changing. For me, it is very paramount. Having displaced people annually without any reasonable action from the federal government, it's not acceptable. And I'd like to use this opportunity to appreciate the empathy being displayed by Mr. Peter Obi. Honestly, in the last 7 years, we've had someone I always refer to as megalomaniac, who actually never cares so much about what the people are thinking. I followed world politics. I've never seen anyone so disinterested in the sufferings of his citizens. So right now we have a presidential candidate who, at the very least, is able to come out to go to these people, to speak with them, to offer his little assistance. This is something we'd really appreciate when he also becomes the president. And I would definitely pray that Nigeria is able to make good use of this opportunity, and we are able to achieve what we all dream to be. So, because we are here in this world, we've seen what these people are doing in this part of the world, and we'd like for us to have this kind of things over there in Nigeria, so that no place like home. That's a fact. No place like home. We would all want to come back to Nigeria and feel alone, and feel like we belong somewhere and be proud of our nation. So, thank you so much, Ms. West. Thank you for this opportunity. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ashi, for your submission. Doctor, would you want to respond to that?
Thank you, Ashi. I enjoyed your speech because coming from an environmental engineer like yourself, I think you know what you're talking about. And what your speech about the UN habitat, which I even forgot to mention. You know, one of the first things His Excellency did was he got the UN habitat to do a complete master plan for Onitsha, Nnewi, and Oka. Some of you who might have listened to him earlier today talk on Arise TV would hear what he had to say about that. So I thank you for bringing that up. And definitely, His Excellency is one of those that is a big environmental person. You know, most governors will misuse their ecological fund because, you know, ecological problems solutions are not really visible. Nobody sees the erosion that you're doing because it's somewhere inside the forest. So, but they see the roads. So most of these governors like to do roads, sometimes roads that lead to nowhere, you know. But His Excellency is very intentional about everything he did. If he's going to do a road, he's going to do a road not because it passes through his house. In fact, he forgot to do his road. He forgot to do the roads in his village. That his village people had to call him to a meeting and ask him not to come back after he finishes his governorship, because they were forgotten. He rather was doing roads that led to agricultural produce centers that are economical. And then when he was tackling erosion, I think it was in his period that basically people after he left, most the people stopped seeing much of erosion apart from what the World Bank was doing. So he's somebody who is very intentional. He didn't do things because he wanted people to see it and praise him. He did things because he thought it was important, and that is why he adopted the UN Development Goals as his development agenda. So I thank you again for your contribution. Asha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Ashi. And someone is asking the names of the former commissioners I've brought lots and lots of them. She's asking from a place of curiosity because she wants to go back to those spaces to learn. And that's a very good one right there. I know someone who copies the link to my former previous spaces and posts them as a response to these other people when they try to, come with, oh, nobody that has worked with him has spoken before. So they do that a lot. So I'm going to mention a few. I've brought Professor Stella Okuna, two-time commissioner and chief of staff as well. I've brought Barrister Peter Fuba, who was the Honorable Commissioner for Lands and Justice. I've also brought architect Callistus Ilozumba, who was the Honorable Commissioner for Works. I've brought Chief Eze HAC. If you all remember that space, that was one of the biggest spaces I've had. And second to the one with Professor Okuna, Chief Eze HAC was the Honorable Commissioner for Finance. I have brought also Lady Henrietta Abata. All these spaces, I have brought a lot more people who I cannot mention right here because of time. So all these spaces are recorded. They are on my timeline. If you go to the media section of my timeline, you will see them there. If you want to listen to them again, they're right there. If you want to copy the links and as a response to these people, please do well to keep pushing it, rubbing it on their faces, keep pushing it on their faces until they see the light. And I have Maziz Okeke here, who is the guy I mentioned earlier. He's doing an amazing job with my spaces, packaging them and putting them on YouTube. Thank you very much, Mazi, for all you've been doing. We appreciate you a lot so very much. Without wasting much time now, I'm going to pass the mic over to James Ovie. Hi, hello, James. How are you doing? James, are you there? Your hand is up. Okay, James is not there. Maduka, how are you?
Hello, hi, good evening.
Good evening, Maduka. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing also?
I'm alright, thank you. So you have the floor. Please space with us.
You said? Hello? Hello?
You have the mic for 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Space for everything that you do. We know that it takes a lot of commitment, financial, for you guys to continue with all of what you've been doing. And, definitely I hope that at the end of the day, we'll have cause to celebrate and, praise the name of God, basically, because emotion is going to be like when we get to that finish line, knowing be the next party governing this country. But basically, I just want everyone to still keep, the fire burning, because there's no reason whatsoever for you to feel at ease or rest. I feel that we should, as hard as we feel that we can, because change
Miss Pels, are you there? I can't hear anybody. The guy that is giving the submission is having network issues, I think.
Okay, I think we
Yeah.
might have it, but
Yeah, can anyone hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Yes,
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you
I
too.
actually did not know when I dropped. I even kept speaking only for me to hear when someone said they cannot hear anything. So I looked and I realized I wasn't a speaker. But just to continue from, I don't even know where I cut off from, but just to carry on with some of what I was trying to
Yeah,
explain. I feel,
just start all over. Continue from where you think you stopped.
yeah, yeah,
I think
yeah.
you can hear you.
So I was trying to also state that when we resume our normal campaign activity, that we need to like really really put in plenty of efforts up north, because I feel the north is still very much open for the taking, right? We just have to be able to play our cards right. Obviously, we have the best products available, so we just really need to create strategies that I feel very much would touch the heart of the people, because the North, they are very much hungry for a change of their situation. So I know, in as much as when they are convinced they have seen somebody that is much more qualified, they will go for that person. So basically, like, and there's another thing I've noticed. In as much as I believe and I know there are many people in the diaspora that support P2B, when I come across some of all these diasporans that are heavy on Tinubu, because majority of them obviously know he's not the right person, he's not the most qualified person, but they keep, in my mind, I believe this very strongly. I feel they really want this country to continue to decline, because when you're in Europe and you're getting euros and dollars, you know how powerful this currency is when it gets to be translated into the Nigerian economy. So one way or the other, I just feel these people really, want Nigeria economy to continue to move on the decline, because you have 100 euros, you have 200 euros. You know what? The impact that can have, the monetary value is going to have when you bring it down to the Nigerian economy. I believe this strongly, because I cannot understand if you're abroad and you are heavy and supporting Tinubu for one bias or the other, which you're not revealing. Basically, I just feel, because there's nobody that cannot see very clearly. You don't have to stress, in as much as you put in effort to try to convince people. But when you see that this kind of person is adamant, don't even stress yourself, because normally every Nigerian should be able to see for themselves. It's not as if there is a closeness in their competence level. It is very clear, like that P2B is far ahead of the rest. So if you realize or figure out someone is really, adamant, just leave that person and move on to whoever you feel, you can always relate to. But ultimately, it's still an encouraging message that I just want to drop here. The journey is still very far. You understand? The journey is still very much far ahead. And I can tell you that these guys are ready to do everything humanly possible to ensure that they win. APC. Everything humanly possible, no matter the length. And I'm also thinking that the absence of Tinubu from that signing of the peace accord might even be deliberate. I'm beginning to think about this seriously, because Tinubu, one of the Tinubu's lasting legacy in Lagos is Agbero. Agberoism is his lasting, is what basically he's known for. Because I live in Lagos. I was born in Lagos, and I experienced Lagos firsthand under Tinubu, and I know how terrible it was, how the level of Agberoism was. And in as much as other governorship candidate has come and has mellowed it down a bit, it is still his legacy. Today, I was walking and I saw some activities of tout, and I kept thinking that was just what was in my mind. Like, of course, this is still his legacy. That in a broad daylight, it feels like we don't have rule of law. Agbero will gather together, we are beating one guy like this, beat the guy, took his phone, 2 phones, threw it on the floor, scattered it like it was a keke driver. I was like, obviously, they can do all this to people whom don't really have power or right to fight back, and it's terrible. Imagine that kind of situation when he now gets to federal level. At that point, I was just praying, God, we don't deserve this. Don't let it get to the point where APC, eventually becomes the ruling party in 2023. I just pray because Nigerians don't deserve this level of, suffering and terrible situation. It's just that because we are used to Nigeria, we've not really experienced life in other places. You go to other places, other countries, you see that we are in a state of anarchy in this country. That's the reality. But let's just keep this hope alive. The journey, once again, is still very far, and a lot still has to be done. We don't have to be complacent at all. At all. It's not when you scroll through Twitter and you see that people, plenty obedience are there. No, the work really is still huge. And let me tell you, these people are plotting unbelievable, incredible tactics that you have never, like they are planning to play extremely dirty. That's the truth, because there is no other way they can really appeal to people. It's not possible. They will play the tribal game. They will play, every negative means. When Tinubu went to Kano, that 100 million naira that he donated, that money originally was supposed to be used to pay people that will rally around and come around to Kano State, the crowd that is supposed to rally for APC. But the governor, I think at the end of the day, wasn't able to get, people. Probably they paid, but even people still did not show up. So basically, he just said that is flood money. Is Kano State experiencing flood? Kano State, is the flood not coming from Cameroon? Didn't they say it's from Cameroon, like through Adamawa, or what is it called? On the east of Nigeria. Is it not from north central eastern part of Nigeria? I don't know if I'm wrong, but I know Kano is not experiencing any flooding. So what are you donating 100 million for flooding victims in Kano? Kano, come on now. That money was not a flood a donation originally. It was meant to pay people that were supposed to rally around so that they will snap picture and make it seem like Kano is in the bag. That's why I say North is still available for the taking. I still maintain this. So I feel that, guys, we need to keep our eyes wide open and push hard till the very end. God bless you all. I love this country from the depth of my heart. I made a choice myself that I was going to remain in Nigeria. I feel this is my own promised land, and I know that all of the things that I really want to accomplish and the gift that God has given me, this is where I want to unleash it. This right here. So the Japa movement is something that doesn't move me. I'm not moved about it. Like, there's nothing wrong with going abroad or emigrating. Don't get me wrong. If that is your calling or what God has put in your heart, that is fine. But for someone like me, I already know where my own calling is, and it is in Nigeria. Not politically. I'm not a politics person applying to enter politics, but there are so many other ways you can make contributions and make an impact in your country. It's not to get wealthy or to be fulfilled is not about politics. There are so many things you can do in this world. So guys, please, let's just keep the hope alive, and I believe at the end of the day we'll turn out to be victorious. God bless you all for everything you do. This is a selfless service that everyone is putting in, because we all care for this country. This country has incredibly massive potentials, and it's not being unlocked, it's not being used. And because we are so used to this failure, it feels like it is normal. It's just like Superman that has not discovered his Superman ability. He's still working like Clark Kent. He's still working, maybe having a normal job without actually knowing he is Superman. And he can do way more than what he is, he feels he can really offer to the world. So this country is incredibly great, and we just have to realize this. And that is why I feel everybody is here, because we truly care for the progress of this country. And guys, God bless every single one of you. I hope at the end of the day, we will have cause to glorify, and we will weep for this country and be grateful for a new Nigeria that will be born in 2023. God bless you. I yield the mic.
Okay, Maduka, thank you so very much for your submission. And over to you, Doctor. Would you want to respond to that?
Yes, Maduka, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Well, if you are still in Nigeria, you're just like me. I've been there for 20 something years and I came back. That means there's got to be something about Nigeria that is good. And I don't think you're missing much apart from some of the little problems. But we're hoping that 2023, come 2023, things will be different. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, sir. And I'm gonna say this here. I've said this in a space before. I don't know why it's so difficult for some people to act, because I've come across some people who still say they are on the fence. These fences, I really have a problem with that. And most of them, like 98% of those I've come across who say they are fencists, they live in Nigeria. So you live in Nigeria, you're seeing all that is going on right now, and some of them are actually even going through some sort of difficulties, and it's hard for you to make a choice. Seriously, I live in the United States. This election totally, I don't stand to gain or lose anything by His Excellency becoming president. I can decide not to come to Nigeria for the next donkey years if you all decide to vote for the wrong candidate. But what am I doing all I'm doing? Because I still want to visit Nigeria. I want to grab my bags one day and come visit Nigeria. But I cannot do that right now. As I'm speaking to you right now, a friend of mine was picked up. He left here, went to visit Nigeria. He was picked up in February. Until now, no word from the kidnappers. No word. We are still hopeful, hoping against hope that he is alive, right? So when I hear some people still say their offenses at this critical time, I'm sorry, it irks me. It really gets on my nerves. I know people have a right to, decide to be on the fence or choose whoever they want to choose, but please choose somebody. I'm even more at peace with people who have, made their choices and maybe they choose the wrong candidate to me. Choose other candidates whom I feel are the wrong ones. I feel more comfortable with those people. You know, Nigeria is in a very critical state right now. I don't want to politicize the flood that is happening right now, but there is no way we can have these conversations without bringing politics into it. Our candidate went to visit flood victims the other day, and people were criticizing the so-called quote unquote donations that were made. Donations that he didn't even make. We have the Honorable Commissioner here who worked with him under the Ministry of Environment. He has told us a lot today about what was done in Anambra State. And when our candidate becomes president, if God forbid the flood happens again, he will not even let it happen because he has the roadmap of how to prevent it. It's not even going to happen again. I don't know why this came to my head right now. Maybe because I saw a message from one of those people who said he's still on the fence. Like, I don't know how to even respond to you right now. And I'm glad you're here on this space. You're listening. You're listening to someone who worked with His Excellency. You're hearing the great things he did as governor, as commissioner. You're hearing those things, and you're still on the fence, bro. Do you want to come up here and tell us when you're still? I'm gonna send you an invite now. Please do come up here.
Miss Bells. Sorry, I had to cut you, Miss Bells. Just, I think you don't need to pay such people no mind, man. Don't let them work on your psyche. Look, let's just keep this going. I'm sorry, but after 6 months into this whole thing, and somebody is telling you that, just block that person, man. Please, let's keep it going. Don't let them mess with your head, please. Honestly, that's after 6 months, block, please, and let's keep it going.
Thank you very much, Mark. Man, honestly, it's just getting on my nerves for real, and it's breaking my heart. Seriously, it really pains me that I don't have PVC. I cannot vote. I'll be around during the elections. I cannot vote. But from here, I've been able to mobilize. I was able to register 687 people, almost 700 people to go register for their PVCs. As I'm speaking to you right now, almost 400 of those people have gotten theirs. The rest of them will likely get it next month. Right? I cannot vote, but I've ensured almost 700 people got their PVCs. Let's say out of that almost 700, 500 people vote for PO. I hope all of them are able to vote for him. I know they will vote for him because I have, that assurance from them. If 500 of them vote for PO on my behalf, I'm happy. I'm fulfilled. Right? And this person is telling me he's on the fence. Anyway, Mag, I'm going to listen to you. I'm not even going to pay him any mind anymore. He's requesting for the mic. I'm sorry, sir. I don't think I want to bring For the first time, I'm not going to let someone who is requesting for the mic speak on my space. I'm terribly sorry. Except you've changed your mind. You've decided on a candidate. If it's not even PO, that's very fine. You have a right to your choice. But if till now you're still telling me you're on the fence, I'm sorry, so I'm not going to bring you up here. I'm sorry. So I'm going to pass the mic over now to Chooks. Hi, Chooks. How are you doing?
Hi, pals. Thank you for the space once again with all you're doing. Hello, doctor. Good evening, doctor. Good afternoon, everybody, where you're spacing from. Good morning, those who are still in their mornings. Magnific, dude. I see all you do every morning, and I thank every one of us here. First of all, my talk will be on 4 points for the doctor. Now, I would like the doc to speak more on a particular issue I heard. I'm from Anambra State, right? There is this information that we had that our principal, PO, bought some medical equipment and stacked it somewhere for Anambra State government to use, just for the people of Anambra to use. And the equipments were not actually used until when COVID actually came to be. And we were opportune to have had that equipment stacked somewhere, and it helped Anambra State rather than budgeting huge sums of money that people will go and embezzle. We were able to make use of those equipments. I'd like you to speak to that. I know it's not your area, but I would like you to talk to that as well, so that we understand some of the things that when we say that PO has done a lot in Anambra State, people don't even understand. Now, there's another thing I want you to speak to. People do not know that it was the tenacity and the seriousness of PeterObi that made international organizations give him awards, make investments, in Anambra State. And, there are some erosion sites that he built. For example, there is one in Enekwasump that's around Mbo that he did. And also, there was a space we had that was some days back where we were talking about ecological fund that federal government have been embezzling. PeterObi used his own part of the ecological fund to do to build some of the erosion sites, to reconstruct them and make them motorable, build bridges everywhere. These are some of the things. I didn't hear you speak from the onset, but there are certain points I would want you to actually. Then again, some of those awards he won made the people like United Nations, IMF, and a host of them to make donations to Anambra State because they believe that their donations will be judiciously used. So that's one of the things, that's one of the qualities I want people to also see in PO. That when the man gets there, his tenacity, his seriousness, his accountability will make so many multinationals and international companies to make donations to Nigeria that even some of our debts would actually be cancelled. This is what people don't even know. So I want you to speak to some of those projects that he undertook when he, yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, so I want you to speak to them. Then again, the last thing I want to say in this part is this. You mentioned that your colleagues are getting ready, that it's going to be a long campaign and all that. I want to tell you something, Doc. You see, so many things are going to happen in Nigeria by December. Nigeria is going to face a whole lot of problems. We are going to have so many hardships. And the only hope that the common man will have is the message of PeterObi, and that is what will give the common man hope that there is surely light at the end of this tunnel called Nigeria. Because what we are going to face now, for example, 3-4 days ago, people are buying a bag of rice at 40,000 naira. How much is the minimum wage? That's about 30,000. So our minimum wage cannot even buy a bag of rice. So if we look at these things, we understand that the only hope that we have, that's why when PeterObi is making those visits, he's not making the visits to go and give them billions. He is saying that his people seeing him around gives them hope. And that means people seeing their credible leaders around gives them hope. So when we see people like you and people that have worked with him preach his message, talk to us about him, it is the hope we see in him that makes us to be strong enough to stay. People like me would have been somewhere in London doing one thing or the other, but the love of country is why we are still here. Right. So we want his message to be preached by you people. Waiting for that time, a lot of people might go up in flames even before the time we're talking about. In December is going to be, I tell people, December is going to be the worst of it in this country, because look at flood has damaged so many things. In Kogi, so many, like for example in Bayelsa, almost 50% or 7% of Bayelsa is underwater. What are those people who are Bayelsans? What are they going to do? Who is going to help them? How will they feed? And we are going to December when things are going to be very, very expensive. We know how the Yuletide used to be in Nigeria. So you see, the hope that the common man has is this message of PeterObi, believing that after this rain, that there will be sunshine, that after this period, that we will get it all right once PeterObi go in there. So that's why we want his message to resonate with every other person, so that we will see that hope in him, that light in him, and continue to move forward. Then and finally, I want to say something on PVC collection, on voters card collection. You see, I was one of the people who were on ground on behalf of grassroots mobilization during the registration process of this INEC voter registration process, continued registration. So, and we've come to find out that there are so many issues with this. I don't know what your colleagues are doing, the campaign organization is doing about it, but I have a few problems to point out, especially with regards to INEC in this collection of PVC. I noticed that when I was moving around during the registration process, INEC, one, is short-staffed, and they don't want anybody to help them with that. They are grossly short-staffed, underpaid. Their facilities are not even at par. Like, you see people working under very horrible conditions for INEC, and you want them to work long hours as well. It doesn't happen that way. So something has to be given. And I personally approached the INEC officers and told them, we want to help you make these things better. And they said they can't accept anything from individuals. They said it blatantly. And you don't blame them, because that is INEC policy. And the truth is, how are we going to do it? How are we going to make it happen? One of the issues we found out is because when I went to collect my own PVC back then, there were so many people queuing up to collect theirs. Then you have a lot of cards scattered all over. You know, so when you fetch for your card, they will give you a large volume of cards to sort through for you to get your own PVC. I mean, you know what it takes if you have about 50, 70 people in the line waiting to come into a small space to go through all the cards to be able to sort them out. And then in fact, to be very, very honest, there was somebody that was caught trying to steal like 4 or 5 PVCs when he was trying to search for his, and all that. Such things happen. So we need a strategic plan on how people are going to be helped to collect their PVC. We need it, because when I was collecting mine, the cards were so many. So many. They will give you, they'll say, okay, this is your ward. Take your ward. When did you register? When did you do this? And they will give you this. You think it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4. You have about 500 cards you have to sort through for you to get your own card. So we need a strategic thinking on, for example, sorting of the cards. We sort the cards, whether it's alphabetical or whatever way we want to do it, but we need strategic way to help people collect their PVC, because they are going to use that as another avenue to rig this election, to disenfranchise a lot of people, so that those who are obedient, who want to go and vote. For example, why couldn't people register for their PVCs with all the multitude we saw in the media that came for registration? Why didn't they do the registration? Because very poor number of people, INEC officials, to do the registration. And there were no organizations for them to do it. I personally wanted to put the bill of a particular registration center, but I mean, they couldn't allow me to do that because probably I'm working for a party and all that. So I'm asking you to pass this information to whoever that the thinkers to get this done, because we are going to have issues when INEC releases those cards. When they release these cards we are talking about, this CVC, we are going to have a problem of the same stampede we had during the registration period for the collection. And then people's cards will start getting missing. People will start looking for their cards. They will deliver the cards and people will go and steal the cards in the name of stampeding the collection centers. So we ought to find a way to get these things working. So at this point, let me yield so that others will actually contribute to this. I thank you very much for coming on space, and I would like to have so many other people like you who will come and give us this hope that we've been longing to see in this country called Nigeria. Thank you very much. I yield. Thank you, Pels, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chooks. I appreciate your concerns and very germane. Regarding the issue that you raised, I know the respiratory equipment were brought in by His Excellency Mr. PeterObi way before it became even needed, because he, like I said, none of his things are. Everything he did was very intentional. He was tackling the various aspects simultaneously. He didn't quite leave any part. That is why he was following the MDG goals. And in terms of health, he was able to bring in some equipment that became very useful during the COVID era, some respiratory equipment. And everybody was very grateful for that. And that's the kind of man we're talking about. And then when it comes to international donor agencies, the international organizations, I'm sure if you listen to Professor Okunna's speech on this space, I didn't listen to it, but I know it will have a lot to do with that, because she was the commissioner for planning, and I was coordinating those international agencies. There will be a lot in that speech that I'm sure will deal on international donor agencies. His Excellency Mr. PeterObi is somebody who is willing to kneel down and beg you. Like I said, when he is willing, I mean, he will come to you. You don't even need to go to him. He will come to you. He will beg you, and whatever it is, he's not proud to say I'm the governor. He's very down to earth. And then you did speak about some erosion sites around Nkpo. Yes, when I was commissioner, we did erosion sites around Nkpo, major erosion sites. In fact, we did erosion all over the place. And I agree with you that His Excellency gives hope. If anything, if nothing else, he has given hope to the youths and the rest of Nigerians. And you can see that his emergence has kind of quelled a lot of agitations in the country. A lot of people are beginning to realize that, wow, that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. And that is why we're all working for this project. And I'm quite proud to be part of this effort. And then when you come to talk about food insecurity, you are very right. I did call and ask for the price of rice about day before yesterday. And by the time I asked yesterday, it had added 2,000 naira to the price they gave me day before yesterday. And this is only October. so you can imagine what will happen by the time we get to December. So I've made a point to buy a few, because I normally give out some to my kindred. And that's why I called to ask for the price, because I know a lot of rice fields were submerged. And the federal government has not, their strategic food reserve is nothing to write home about. So that food insecurity that I talked about in my earlier submission is going to happen. I don't think there are two ways about it. It is what it is. I mean, we can help the farmers to ameliorate their sufferings, but how are we going to cure food insecurity? Because if the stuff is damaged already. So the only way to attack that, the only way to deal with that, is to have enough strategic reserve. A lot of people blame His Excellency for saving, for preparing for tomorrow, for preparing for the rainy days. Somebody said, one stupid man, please pardon my French. Somebody said on Arise TV, the man with the little white beard, that His Excellency, why didn't he spend the 75 billion he left behind? Why would he keep it? Well, spend it. He did. This is a man who awarded 11 erosion contracts before he left and paid 40% of the money. So, of course, you don't expect him to pay the entire 100% of the money. So he's got to leave money behind for whoever is coming after him. He's got to leave money behind for rainy days, so that when you have an emergency, you don't need to go a cap in hand to the white man to ask him for help. There are things we can do for ourselves before help can come. And then the federal government also, he was one of those that championed the excess crude account. But the point is, all these things are being abused. So I believe that His Excellency is somebody who believes in production, not consumption, and who believes in preparing for tomorrow. So I thank you for that. And then, of course, the voters' card collection, you're very right about what you're saying. They're going to use that to rig us out if they can. But I'm sure a lot of well-meaning Nigerians will continue to put their voice, lend their voice to it, because it is important. Everybody knows that if everybody were to collect their voters' card, that the narrative will change. So nobody will want you to collect their voters' card. So we can remain with our status quo. And I thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your response, and thanks, Chooks, for your submission. Welcome, Bishop. I'm gonna pass the mic over. And guys, please do well to keep requesting for the mic, especially if you're a lady here. Like I always say, I like to have conversations with a mix of both genders speaking. It's usually good to have both genders say what they think about a particular topic. And if you have people from other parties as well, please invite them here. I don't operate echo chambers. I like to have dissenting opinions so we can have conversations, intellectual conversations. You never can tell who you will convert with such conversations. I've had one very, very, I've used the word crazy individual from the APC come on my space one time, and people were like, oh, take him out, knock him off, do this and do that to him. I let him stay on my space. He made his submission. I made mine. My guest made his. And you won't believe it. I won't mention the person's name today. That person is an obedient. He has said for now he doesn't want to come out publicly because of quote and unquote what he's getting from his party. But he said he's going to keep collecting whatever he's getting and then keep using it to mobilize people for the party. Just last Saturday, he sent me pictures of him mobilizing people to vote for His Excellency PeterObi. But right here on Twitter, you see him still tweeting, batified and whatever. But on the grassroots, he's mobilizing for Peter. So I said that because I'm trying to say, do not shut anybody out. You never can tell. Never can tell. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Bishop now to go ahead. Bishop, over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. It's nice being here again, and thank you very much. James, from the look of things, you have your hand up. What's up? Space with us, James.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. And, kudos to you guys doing a job. Very good job hosting spaces like this. Pairs, Bishop, and Magnificent is a good one. I just, listen, I didn't really follow from the beginning, but I had to, get in as soon as I got the opportunity. But I'm not sure exactly because the appropriate commissioner or former commissioner for PeterObi is really on this pace today because of what's going on in the country. So, I mean, regarding the floor that we're having today, I think is in the best position to speak about it. So basically, my question to the commissioner would be, I think about 10 years ago, either 2012 or 2013, I stand corrected, there was a similar flood like this, and I don't think it was really all over the country, but I think it was this bad because there are videos and pictures of Peter Obi on canoes, and the same way it went to Bayelsa the other day. So there was a very big flood like this. Long story short, 10 years ago, right, or 13 years ago. Uh, Two questions. Was it the same cause? Was it just rain then? Was it climate change? Because I don't really think we're having the worst of climate change problems in Nigeria. Because with what I know today regarding the flood, it's a dam that was opened from in Cameroon, right? So, Commissioner, can you let us know? I don't know if you told people before. Was it the same cause? What really caused that flood in 2013? And if it's the same thing, was there a connection or a communication to the federal government regarding how to prevent, subsequent floods like this, like what we're having ravaging the whole country today, right? Like, I just want to know if it was the same thing and was anything done or was any plan made back in the day. I think that was 2013 when Anambra was under flood lights also. That's the question I just have. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, James. Yes, it was in 2012, and it was a similar thing that happened, but it was on a smaller scale than what is going on now. So that is why we believe that opening the Cameroon dam is very contributory to what is going on. Even though the minister Farouk had said it's only 1% contribution, and I think that is where they get it wrong. They said it was mostly climate change, that there are more rains this year. But if it's just climate change, then it would have been happening every year, every October, if it's just climate change. But this time around, it just coincides with the opening of the Cameroon Dam. And yes, it was decided back in the 80s that a dam needed to be constructed to accommodate some of the excess volume and by Nigeria. But that never was done as we speak. And of course, it was also decided that the River Niger Benue needed to be dredged. That was never done. Those are all responsibilities of the federal government, because a state cannot build a dam on the Niger. Neither can a state dredge the Niger. It is a humongous effort. As a matter of fact, when I was commissioner, I remember flagging off with Mr. Peter Obi, flagging off the dredger because it was a huge vessel. They brought the dredger, all right. It came and betted on the Niger in Onitsha by the bridge. We all entered, we all clapped, we all cheered. But as soon as we left, they drove it away, and I think they diverted the money for that dredging. That was the PDP government at the time. So so that's just the story. And I thank you for your question. I don't know if I've answered it enough.
Well, thank you for answering that, but it's just the way the country is. You made some points there. It was similar. The cost of that flood then is similar to this one. Like you said, it was a smaller scale, and unfortunately, nothing was really done from the federal level. I guess, like you said, it has to be from the federal level because even my recollection with what I heard recently is that this warning came back in the day in the 70s when Cameroon were building their old dams, and they said, okay, Nigerian, being the neighbors, they have to build a few dams too, but nothing was done then. Then even after it happened in 2012, like you said, nothing was also done. And then talking about dredging those rivers. Me, I'm from Delta State too. So, those rivers, all these rivers, they're supposed to dredge all of them, but they don't do nothing. Imagine what you just said. They brought a big dredger, they made a big ceremony, and then boom, that was it.
No, you're right. You know what? You see, if you had listened from the beginning of my presentation, I did allude to the fact that unfortunately our rivers are all silted up. In fact, I think the Chad has disappeared. But we all blame climate change. But this climate change, why is it not silting up rivers in the United States? You know why? Because we are not doing the part that we're supposed to do. We blame the climate change for everything. But let me tell you, there are things we can do. I did mention about regulation. In the United States, before you can throw your water into a river body, you must get a permit. And what do they look at in the permit? That what is the content of that water you are throwing into the river? Does it have, is it something that can even harm the fishes in the river? Is it something that is flowing with silt? How have you cleaned the water? There's this thing they call the Clean Water Act. If now I'm repeating myself because I said it before. So they don't even need to dredge that often because they are taking care of the water. They're using regulations to make sure that they are getting the clean water into their rivers so that dredging is not that frequent. I doubt that they even have to worry about dredging. Mostly I hear about them dredging the canals and all that. Because, so I think a lot of what we have to be doing will be regulation. In the United States, I'm also a land surveyor, a registered land surveyor. Every place in the United States has a flood zone, a designated flood zone. And you can easily do that in Nigeria because you can, from the satellite, I think we even have a topographic map of Nigeria that shows elevations and contours. With those elevations and contours, you can designate places of a particular flood zone, and you can now decide the first floor elevation for every building that you put down in those areas, so that even if there is flooding, you are still above the flood level. There are areas designated as special flood hazard. And in those areas, when you build, you must build at elevations that are above that base flood elevation. If any of you has been to the Everglades in South Miami, South Florida, you will notice that some of the houses are standing on piers, standing above the ground on piers, and you have to basically take steps to climb up to your house. Why do they do that? They do that because they know that you can easily be flooded. But here in Nigeria, nobody is thinking about those things. So when the flood comes, it takes everything and kills everybody. We have no value for life. So again, part of why I still felt that there is still much for all of us to contribute is that I've seen these things happen. I've been involved. You cannot get a loan. You cannot get an insurance because you have to insure your houses overseas. You cannot get an insurance if you do not have a flood and elevation certificate, which will tell them this is your best flood elevation, this is your minimum flood elevation, this is the flood zone that you belong. I know that is the case in Florida where I practice. So we still have a long ways to go. But again, if all of us in diaspora come back, I think we can help to make the difference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful reply. Sorry that I keep going off. It's due to my network. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let's take, according to my screen, Nem, how are you in Country Peanuts?
Good day, everyone. The host, Pels and Bishop, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Dr. Mike, thank you for coming on the space. Obedient. Yes, you're welcome. And all the speakers and also the listeners across the world. Many people have spoken on what I wanted. They've given some their submission on what I wanted to say much earlier before now. And the only thing that really endeared me, I've never been in politics before, but because of the track record of His Excellency PeterObi has endeared me to his person. I do not have anything for now, but I beg for you people that work with him, just like what Chuk said earlier, that you people should be coming on spaces to give us hope, strengthen us the more, because many things are happening in our various corners. As we do this support, most people most people argue that they have their own whatever that thoughts on this movement. So please, I beg you, Doctor, please, with others that serve with His Excellency PeterObi, to always come around to give us fresh hopes, and also give us true moonlight towards this person, his antecedent, and we need to hear more, so that when we begin to tell people, we will say, this is what so person said, that this is what the person said, and this is how he is, not a third party hearsay. Thank you for coming on the space, and I pray that His Excellency PeterObi will not surround himself with all these witches and wizards in Nigeria that have turned a nation into a place that people come in and they harvest and they leave it to die. That God will give him all the needed wisdom to navigate through when he finally wins, because by God's grace he will win, and I pray that our labor shall not be in vain. Please, let's get our PVCs and let's still continue pushing. We will be fine. Thank you for having me. I yield my mic now.
Thank you very much. From what I heard, all you made was a submission and not a question. Thank you very much, ma'am and Kim. God bless you. Santos Vincent, how are you doing, Santos? Santos Vincent, can you hear me? All right. Santos, are you there for the last time before you're taken down to the listener session? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
What happened? Did he go down or something? Okay, I think he's back. He's back up. Santos, are you there? Yes, please go ahead.
This space is very good, so that once in a while we'll rub minds together, pertaining our movement towards a better Nigeria. Yes, but one of the issues actually we have to tackle, which is one of our core objective for today, is the issue of the flooding in different parts of the country. Yeah, I was speaking with some of my friends and co-workers. They say, see, this issue of flooding, we're talking about flooding in Nigeria, excess water lying in some particular states of the country, whereby we have droughts, or that state of the country are suffering from high lack of water during the dry season. So getting excess water in such states, there should have been like a means whereby different pipes are being channeled to different parts of the state, that during those dry seasons, the waters are being supplied in high quantity to other parts of the state. This will end up reducing the water in the dam, so that during rainy season there can be more room for accommodation of more water. This has been a major issue and a major challenge. So when you talk about that, they say, funding, what have you, we should all know that in Nigeria, we are really blessed. Such water resources is supposed to be like a good channel to other parts of the country. About other countries that are suffering from high dry season, that there will be excess of lack of water. Sometimes some people try to swim up to like kilometers ahead just to get water and what have you. So those kind of excess water, if being properly managed, utilized by the country, it will be of a better benefit to everybody. I was traveling along Kogi. I saw one of very high quantity of water. Look at Benue, look at Niger. So one of the good things of developing about this coming administration, by the grace of God, is to really look into that issue, because some of these natural disasters at times they can be easily averted and controlled if proper measures and proper techniques have been put in place. Yes. So we'll continue to speak for a better country, and then we'll encourage everyone to get its PVC. That's where our power lies, so that we can be able to work together collectively. That a combined broom is more stronger than a single broom, because bending something that is united and strong is very hard. So I want to thank you for all of us our time and what have you. So I would like to ask some questions pertaining to these water issues? What are also other points of views that we think we can come in bring up that can be able to control this issue, even based on the ones I've set aside? Some say creating more dams. More dams is much expensive. When we're talking about a method whereby you can use to control something, at least we'll go for the one that's not that too expensive to manage or bring into existence. Which I think that piping system and channeling of water system will also be very, 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 very good. And our heart and prayers are with there are different states that are experiencing such high flooding cases and what have you. I just saw a video online on Twitter now. A man with a poultry farm just lost all his chicken due to all these water incidents and what have you. All the chicken. This means that all the chicken even drowned. You see, that was a very great loss to such a business. How can you even revive back? So we keep praying for a better Nigeria, and then we'll put some professionals in place, and then everything will work fine. So thank you all so much, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to speak in such a great house. Thank you so much. I did not take it for granted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't think I heard a question from your submission, but I mean, thank you so much for being here. Let's take the next speaker, okay? PeterObi for President 2023. How are you doing, my brother?
Good evening, everyone. How are you doing?
Well, fine. Space with us, bro.
My name's Engineer Bright Amangwale. I'm a software engineer, though I grew up in the United States, spent almost 22 years or so. I really have a lot to say, but let me make it snappy because a lot of people are going to speak. You see, one of the biggest cancers in Nigeria is that Nigeria, for whatever reasons, seems insistent on electing leaders who build nothing, and then wonder why they build nothing. You know, you build nothing, you created nothing, but for their words and political oratory and ability to hold a tone and and sing a verse, and ability to full stadium with poor people on the promise of food hamper and t-shirt, and then we vote them in, and we wonder why they don't know how to build roads, houses, or balance a budget, or just make sure that there is crime and order in the place. I don't even know what to say, but let me put it this way. We elect clones and then give them the seat of the headmaster's office. That is what is going on in Nigeria. But I thank God that with the emergence of PeterObi, I think, we are making a different narrative. And I'm so happy that the youths have risen up. So please, the only thing I have to say here is that I want everybody to get it or a PVC. And talking about, I heard somebody talking about, the flood and all that. Like my place in Bayelsa, I believe most of you have seen it. It's already been submerged by water. I know people are trying to survive here. But that is not all. A flood is a natural disaster, and it can be caused by heavy rainfall or ocean from waves coming on offshore, or such as storm and such, or melting snows and ice, as well as jams, dams, or living breaks. Now, I want to plead with every one of us. Campaigns have started, okay? I'm fully obedient. When I mean obedient, I'm fully obedient. I want everybody to have, something doing, especially our PVCs. Because it's not all about coming to space, talking. At the end of the day, we don't take this serious. We have a lot of work to do, because we all know how the system works here. Thank God that somehow there is electronic counting and all that. But we will not look onto that, because I'm speaking based on experience as a software engineer. There is nothing that is not possible in Nigeria. So please, we have a lot to do, and If anybody have a question to ask me about this, INEC, beavers and anything, you are free to ask. So thank you and God bless you. Hello.
We're here. We're here. Can hear you. Are you done?
Yeah, that is all. That is all. Thank you. Bless you.
All right. Thank you for that beautiful submission. Thank you for those observations. It was nice having you here. God bless you, my brother. All right, magnific dude. How you doing, bro?
What up, Bishop? What up? What up?
I'm good, bro. Space to us, man.
Uh, I don't know what you want me to say now. You want me to? I don't have any question to ask Honorable Commissioner, man. Thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you for spending this much time with us. I've been in and out. I really wasn't following the whole conversation from the onset. But here is just what I have to say. I don't have any question, but I'm so grateful that you guys worked with PO and you gave him your all. When I say all, I mean, yeah, PO is a leader, is a good man, but the people around him also makes him who he is today. Or you know, you guys worked tirelessly, you know, and you guys really, came in as technocrat, not as politicians. And the work speaks for itself. All the work that every one of you did, it's outstanding. And I personally, I don't even, I don't want to entertain those other guys because, like I told one of them not too long, I say, until you bring the people that were in this guy's cabinet in Lagos State, please give me 3 people to come on a space and let's interrogate and talk to them. And they should come and tell us verbatim everything that was done that made Lagos State a state to be reckoned with today. Then I would thought about entertaining you. Other than that, I can call 5 people that served under PO, and I know for sure two of your crazy followers have been on that space to listen. And the consistency I get from every one of you, honestly, that's what I don't have to ask you a question. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have to ask any question to know that PO did something about every aspect of governance in Anambra State when he was the governor. Because I've heard from 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's consistent. So what else do you want me to find out or to know? Nothing. It's that's why I don't engage in anybody after 6 months does not know where he or she stands. I don't even want to entertain you. I'm not ready to convince you. Go back and do your homework. If we've been bringing out all this information for you people to listen and get some sense, you still want to sit on the fence? If I have my way, honestly, I'll push you off that fence because I'm not going to deal with it. So I thank you so much, and I appreciate you and every one of you that served with him, that worked under him. Look, God bless you guys. And this what it gives me hope that Nigeria will be great again. Somebody please, can you please mute your mic? Who is that? I
No,
can
no,
hear some
that's
Bishop.
not
That's
me,
you.
not me, not.
Oh, okay. So I stopped speaking on spaces because when I speak, I'm so passionate that I just feel like there's a lot of sick people in Nigeria. If you see something that is black and white and you're still trying to tell me it is purple and gray, like for God's sake, are you kidding me? It irritates me to the bone because It's it's I don't even know. And this is why I can't them no more. Like they like what they're going through. And for those that are supporting these other guys, I just think it's a reflection of who they truly are. Why would you see something good and you're trying to go to the other side and tell me, no, this is better? That means you're in the same boat with that person. There's nothing for me to tell you. I ain't gonna tell you nothing anymore because I categorize you as that same person that I see that don't even honestly, man. I just want to thank you, sir. Look, whether they like it or yes, I would say this: PO would win a landslide come February next year. Nigerians are tired. Everybody is fed up. They want a better country. Some people cannot say, would not say because they're scared. That it's so bad that that's how worse the country has deteriorated at this point. But so they're scared of their life, they're scared of their livelihood, scared of a lot of factors, which I understand. But I bet you, among the so-called agbados and mechanos, we have obedience there. Believe you me. You see those people carrying that man, packaging him, going around as if I can tell you, they at least 5 agbados. I met with somebody, a son of one of those people. They started saying it 2 weeks ago. My dad knows who I'm going to vote, and he's going to vote who I am going to vote because I already told him, if not, I'm not coming back to Nigeria. One of them told me, I'm not kidding. And he's right there working with that so-called Agbado man. The son is telling me. So I don't even have to worry about that. You know what? Just thank you, sir. I appreciate all you're doing. Thank you for the time. My suggestion is this. Please kindly get all this thing into different dialects, especially Hausa, and let's push it out there in the north. Let the northern people listen. They love their radio. We will send these messages to their radio. Let them hear for themselves. By the time we play from December through January, they would understand. They would make up their mind and they will vote PO. It's as simple as that. I don't have any questions for you, but sincere appreciation to every one of you. Every one of you. May God bless you guys. May God give you guys long life to live and see the true Nigeria that you desire. And trust me, posterity will judge you guys for the wonderful job you did so that we can see the good Nigeria that is about to be birthed. God bless you, sir, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I have to tell you this. I think it would be important for me to say this. When I worked for His Excellency Mr. PeterObi, I didn't think it was for pecuniary reasons, but and I think I've had somebody say, "Show us the millionaires you've made that work with you." Peter didn't make millionaires from the people that worked with him. He made the state. He made Anambra people. And that's what the whole thing was all about. But when you come out, you really feel proud to have worked with this man. And I'll tell you a story. I once was at the Abuja International Airport, and I ran into the governor of Kano State, Mr. Ganduje, with his wife, and a very nice, simple man. And all I needed to do was say that Dr. Mike Egbebike, I worked with PeterObi. He brightened up. He became so friendly, and that was everything for me. So my best introduction now is I worked with PeterObi. so I mean, I thank you. I already have my payback.
I mean, you can't beat that, sir. You can't beat that. How many of these people can come and tell me I worked for Bola Tinubu? Like, for real? I'll look at you again and I'll first of all check my pocket and make sure my money is intact or my things are together. And then I'll walk away. I worked for Atiku. No, for real. In America, nobody would even, we know what we'll do to you guys. We know what we're going to tell you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you lived in America, sir. You know, I mean, how come? It still blows my mind that APC would still have the nerves to talk. Wow. I don't want to get worked up. I'm okay, sir. Just thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir.
It's everywhere.
All right, thank you. That was passionate over there. Thank you, thank you very much. All right, let's take Okay, Santos, you're back again. I thought you spoken before, Santos.
No, no problem. I'm on the listener side. So the mistake.
All right. Thank you very much, Santos. Thank you. Let us take Abara. Abara, how are you doing?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Space with us, Abara.
Good evening, doctor. So mine is kind of like a suggestion. I know that we're kicking off campaigns in Nasarawa State, and I've heard Pio talk severally about the vast land of the north and all that, but I've never heard him talk about tourism. Like, he speaks about any effects through exports and all, but he has never spoken about how those vast lands could also be converted for tourism purposes, and we could use tourism to also earn effects. So it's just a suggestion to anyone close to him that could advise him that since we are starting our campaign off in the north, we'd also talk about tourism and let the people know that we could earn effects with this, because I've never for once heard tourism from his mouth. So mine is just like a suggestion that we should look into tourism. He should look into tourism, find a way he can package it and sell to the people of the north. Let them know, like those that bound to Saudi Arabia, that goes there for Mecca and those sort of things. Let them know that those things can be achieved here, one way or the other, like Dubai and all those sort of things. So he can package, you should like at least start talking about tourism more and how we can earn effects from it when campaigning in the north. So just like a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, they say a journey of 1,000 miles start with a step. And if you come to a country that is ravaged by insurgency and insecurity, and you start first to talk about tourism, it may sound too utopian. So I believe that what he's saying now is that first of all, we are going to try to feed ourselves. There is this adage that says that it's when you fill up your stomach that you start looking for tea, assuming you're not from Britain. Because if you're from Britain, you will drink tea first. But I think he will get to that. But once we get our country back, especially with feeding ourselves, with agriculture, that is one big thing you can do for the North. It has vast land. And once you get it right, and we now stop the poverty, and we now end the insecurity, because, you know, poverty is one major driver for the insecurity. Once we can stop the hunger and we end the insecurity, of course, the natural thing is to now talk about tourism. Because I know if we start talking about tourism, you Nigerians that are in the US will not even want to come back until you know that we are secure. So I think, like I said, you know, a journey of 1,000 miles will start with a step, and we all get there. One day our country will be right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful submission. Thank you very much. Otumba, how are you doing?
I'm good, Bishop. Good evening. Good evening, Pels. Good evening, Dr. Michael. I just want to more like what Magnificent you did was I would like to do the same thing. I would want to commend you for coming today. I know that most commissioners during PO's time are either retired now. Like I know Professor Ilika, he's a relative of mine, and I think he's there already. I came to his burial. So I commend you for making out time today to come and answer questions. I'm from Anambra, so I don't have much of question about PO because I know the type of quality leadership he does. But I just want to tell everyone on the space that number one, PO, when you look at him and the type of people he work with, people like Dr. Michael and also Peter, who was the Commissioner for Health, you find out that these are quality professionals who have already established themselves in their respective fields before coming into politics. Those are the type of people that PO works with. He works with people who are already established, people who already know their onion. It's not necessarily that you must be rich, but at least you're already a professional in your field. So I would love to thank Dr. Michael. For now, Anambra State, the way it is now, I don't even think our present governor, just in case you have anybody in contact with our present governor, to try and tell him to try to make his commissioners and people working for him to be more like your set of commissioners. Because I could remember how Anambra State was being run then. PO was not doing exactly everything, but he had capable hands there running the affairs of the government. So I'm just saying a thank you to you for your time as commissioner for environment, the things you did, the changes you made, and how Anambra was then. I want to thank you and thank other commissioners also, and thank PO. I think I think this is a space that these Magbado boys and Mikano boys needs to come up and ask questions. But of course, you won't see them here. It's just to come and spread rumor and lies that they are interested in. Me, I know PO. I know what he did. I have personal relationships with people who worked with him, either those who executed contracts in Anambra State and so I can testify that he's a very, very good candidate for us. So I'll just, like I said, thank you, Dr. Michael, for coming. I'll give other people the chance to ask questions. Please, let's use this opportunity to ask questions, things that we want to know about you, things that we want to know about working with him. For those who don't know, this is someone who has a personal relationship with him, someone who has worked under his care. Please, let's ask these questions. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Pearl.
Thank you very much, Otumba. Thank you for that submission. Thank you. All right. Just to take questions now. On Nazi OZ, what's up? How you doing, my bro?
Can I make a quick comment based on the last speaker's submission, Bishop?
Yes, please go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
What I meant to say was that what Peter did took a lot of willpower, a lot of political will to go outside the politicians that conducted the election to bring somebody from the U.S. to make him a commissioner. Because a lot of people see this commissioner as a way of sharing the booty. Like you fought the war, let's share the booty. And you're now telling them that you're going to get some other person that didn't participate in the fight. So I still remember the question a journalist asked me. He stood up and he said he wanted to ask me a question directly. And he said, wouldn't you say, Dr. Mike Egbebike, that others have worked and you came back to chop? So I started laughing. I just came back from the US at the time. So I told him, well, it depends on what you mean by work and what you mean by chop. I thought I came back to work. That was my answer to him. But that's to tell you the politics of Nigeria. And I think it will take somebody like His Excellency Mr. PeterObi to change the narrative. And that is why we must work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that awesome reply. It depends on what you are defining as work and what you are defining as chop. All right. Onazi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
2 minutes. Go ahead, space with us.
All right. It's really nice that been here at this time to really have this interaction with an obedient family. Like seriously, I really enjoying it, and I don't know when I've been following all the campaign in all the movement from one part of the country to another. I really want to know when will he start? When will Conveyor? When will he start the campaign proper now? Because at this time I really want to know, and also to know if I can at least be able to push one or two things to my people back there in Benue, precisely because I'm from Benue and I'm a Nigerian. So I want to know this, and I so we can because we're actually putting I and my friends we're putting up some things to see how we could really help the campaign, and so we want to know when will he start so we can know how to take it up from there. But unfortunately, but most probably by December I should be around, and will be around all through till after the election proper.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm part of the campaign council, the presidential campaign council. My name is part of that list, so I think it's part of my duty to answer you. Um, my principal or our principal PeterObi suspended his campaign because of the flood victims, and I tell you that he will be back. And as soon as he's coming back or resuming his campaign, there will be a formal announcement. But for now, we cannot actually tell you. Um, we cannot actually give you a date because he's attending to the flood victims. That's as far as we know. So as soon as the campaign resumes, you are going to get a definite answer on when he's going to be touring from state to state, answering questions and giving us a reassurance of our future and the better Nigeria. Thank you.
Right, but in respect to like, what about the sensitization? Is it really going on? Because that's the most important thing. Because if you ask a lot of people, they're gonna tell you they want to vote PeterObi, but they don't know the logo, they don't know the party. How is it going even to the very interior and especially to the northern part of Nigeria? I think
All
that should
right.
be my last question for the day.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I can answer that also. Now, if you go through my timeline, go to my page and go through my timeline, you will see a lot of grassroots sensitization that we're doing. Sorry for the. I'm still on my way home, so sorry. You will see a lot of grassroots sensitization that we have been doing for a very long time now. All right, so don't worry. Okay, we have people on ground, but that is not to say you shouldn't champion anyone in your locality. Please go ahead and champion something in your locality. All right, support the support groups. Okay, give them whatever they need, and let's have more people. Okay, because we cannot do it enough. Okay, we cannot overemphasize the usefulness of the grassroots sensitization and mobilization. I think that answers that question. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry again once more for the background. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Okay. Onazi, I hope I've answered your question. All right. So let's go to Hugo. Hugo, how are you doing?
Yeah, good evening. How are you, everyone? Lovely to be here with all the obedience in the house. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Bishop, Dr. Mike, and Pearls. I've always been a listener in most of the spaces. I'm an architect, so I will come from the angle of I know the topic is more of talking about the climate change, but I like to use this opportunity to, as most of the council members are here on this space. Someone mentioned about Nasarawa and trying to see how the location can be turned into a tourist zone. I haven't been there before, so basically I wouldn't know exactly what is obtainable on ground. But I've been to Jos, just as a state. I've also been to the plateau. I've seen the kind of soil structure that is so much different from every other part of Nigeria. I have always felt that Jos Plateau is supposed to be, or just as a state, is supposed to be the main tourist hub of Nigeria. The main tourist hub of Nigeria. So that when you people are giving feedbacks to Mr. PeterObi, these are some of the feed that I want to believe, apart from the campaign, apart from the election, I want to believe a man like PeterObi is the type that hopes and wants to hit the ground running once he's elected as the commander-in-chief. I don't know PeterObi, but I've been following his antecedents for many years. Let me just give a little short run. Anambra State, when I think Njenje was there, I live in Lagos. When Njenje was there, Anambra State was the reason why I stopped traveling to the east by road. I saw and perceived Anambra to be like a den of thieves and robbers and murderers. So I would prefer to jump and pass by plane. A time came when someone was leaving the country, he was traveling to, and wanted to dispose of his vehicle. I had to travel by plane to Enugu to inspect and pick up the vehicle. I couldn't find a driver to drive it back to Lagos. I had to drive it myself. I was scared doing that. But I noticed that this was during PeterObi's tenure. I noticed from Enugu into Oka, even the road safety that stopped me and I asked for direction how to connect back to Lagos, they were polite and they were cordial. Then I got into Onitsha, of all places. I noticed the whole place was neat. The whole place was friendly and amazing and calm. So I tuned to the radio in the car, and I remember hearing that they were inviting people who were interested to clean the streets that morning, and they made it clear on the radio that you're only entitled to a plate of rice and a bottle of Coke. I was still in shock. I continued my journey to the head bridge and to Lagos. On that same trip, I remember very well, that was the year Silverbird announced PeterObi as Silverbird Man of the Year. I remember vividly. That's when I started following up PeterObi. Just as I said earlier, I don't know him. I haven't met him before. But I've been following him up till eventually, as nature, God will have it, he severed himself from the political class and decided to stand on his own, which is what every sane Nigerian has been waiting for to have, because we have always been laced between the demons or the devil himself and the deep blue sea. But this time around, we have a case of two individuals of the old stock, which I would liken to, they have an E and an F9, because they always give us someone that had a score of E and someone else that had F9 and tell you to choose between the two. But now we have a clear, beautiful case of distinction and someone that has an E or an F9. So, personally, I have taken it upon myself. Because I have been listening carefully all through the time of the space. I think it's Pearls that was a bit pained when I mentioned that someone was on the fence and all that. Honestly speaking, whoever is listening to me now and you're still on the fence, unless if Nigeria has not yet happened to you, you are very lucky. I repeat, unless Nigeria has not yet happened to you, that's the only reason why you're still standing on the fence.
Can you help us round up, please?
You are very lucky. So I've already sent Bishop some things on his DM. I love, because I engage Reno 24/7. I engage so many of them. I engage the Yoruba lawyer in the FCT, Deji or something is his name. I engage them. And all the information that I engage them are those that I take my time to dig out from the internet. Listening to this space today, I noticed there are so many things that PeterObi has done that are not really there out in the open for us to harness for our engagement. Because all this that we're doing is selfless. This is the same. Everything about this PeterObi's campaign is organic, which is fantastic. So I will plead with those in charge, if there's a YouTube space that you guys can form, or a WhatsApp group where people can form, where information about PO and Dati. Everybody keeps on forgetting about Dati. Dati seems to be, I don't also know him, seems to be a formidable, intelligent gentleman, where we can go and get information, studied information, so that it will assist us that are engaging these funny folks on Twitter and physically, to be able to engage, not as a rumor, not as hearsay, but with facts that to help to convert more people onto the obedient space and make this happen for PeterObi Comm 2023. Thank you so much, everyone. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, sir, for using the mic. I'm afraid we can only take one more person so that Doctor can go and have a rest. Yes, we're going to take one more person, and that person will be official ambassador Anya Kantomi. Go ahead and speak with us, sir. Official. All right. Udemek, can you take that sport and speak with us so we can go?
Okay. Good evening, Bishop and everybody.
Good evening,
are you hearing me, sir?
Yes,
okay.
Udeme, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead and speak. Oh, Udeme, kindly hold on. 1 minute. Hold on for me. Guys, I want to announce something, okay? So we are recruiting polling unit agents, all right? I'm going to post a number on the Jumbotron now. It's a tweet, all right? If you're interested in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, you're going back to elections and you know your polling unit, there's a number on the Jumbotron now, a tweet that was shared on the Jumbotron. The number is there. Kindly send your name, your polling unit, and if you have PVC, to the WhatsApp number. Message only, no calls. Okay? Message only. WhatsApp message, not text message. WhatsApp message, no calls. Thank you very much, guys, for being here. All right, Udeme, you have the last spot for tonight. Go ahead and space with us 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Thank you, Dr. Mike, for coming first today. My own is not much about the environmental aspect of it. It's about what I see yesterday in Lagos. Yesterday, I tried to visit Ajegule, precisely at Bandre. So do some enlightenment why we should vote PeterObi. And to tell my people, when I reached there, I now observed that everybody was so scared. People are so scared that they said even they came to the boundary market to intimidate people. Even my aunties, my cousins that was there. Because I used this muffler of Labour Party on my neck with my wife to go and at least let's talk to them for making people to come and vote. So what I want to ask Bishop now is, what are we making to make people to feel at home? Especially here in Lagos. You cannot see a poster of PeterObi. Even everywhere, even in my office now, I've been able to convince majority of my friends. And they have been hearing me to make sure they want to do this because me, it's not about time of pride, religion, or sentiment. We want someone that is competent, capable to change the voting of this country. For instance, I know some of my friends that are suffering. Me, I'm working, but they are suffering because I'm here to provide for them. If we continue like this with this Agbado and all this Mekano of anything, are we willing to continue this way? My only question is this to answer to PO, because I know Bishop is part of the council. What are we going to do so to make this, the very environment in Lagos is so tense. We cannot move freely. We cannot go and talk to people about how to vote PeterObi. Please, what is the police commissioner doing towards, especially flag boy issue I've been keeping? I saw him make a tweet today that have been posting how the guys help them. They almost burned them, poured them fuel. What are we doing? It's not because the way these things want to do, their pattern of service, they want to intimidate us that they will not come and vote, that they will not come outside to do our vote. Because some people say, I hear you, the election will work, but how will we guarantee my safety on that voting day? Someone like me, I've started talking, not today, since the day I saw PeterObi, since he was in PDP, I followed him. Now, PeterObi have left the Labour Party. I follow him because I don't follow party. I follow personality. I trust in this man. My God will show that this man will deliver for this country. What are we doing for Lagos so that these Agbado guys that are chasing, cannot post poster, he cannot wear t-shirt. The only day I wear my t-shirt fully and I enjoy it very well was 1st October when we started from stadium to march down to Maryland. It's the only day I wear my t-shirt and I was so feeling so lovely, enjoy, and I was so happy. But nowadays, to wear polo to move, it's like everybody. Please, Bishop, help us. Let's see how far we can push this. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Udeme. It's nice having you here. All right, Doctor, would you like to make your final submission for us before we end the space?
Yes, I thank everybody, and I really enjoy this. I could go on for longer if you guys want to go on, and but I'm so enjoying it. And I want us to know, to remember that when we talk about what people did in Lagos as governor, or what people did as vice president, that we need to remember that these things happened like a few decades ago. You know, 2 decades ago, this things happened. A few years ago, I was personally, I could do a lot of things that I know I can't do now. I was doing 3 degrees at the same time. So that was me 2 decades ago. Some of these people that we talk about can't do what they said they did, even if they did it. So we really need to change the narrative. And these are not the people that will help us change the narrative. And Nigeria has been going down the drain. I've personally worked with PeterObi, and I can tell you he is real. You can take this to the bank. The man is real. I worked very close to him, and I learned a lot of things from this man. If he says he wants to do something, he is not one of those that want to do something because he wants to be popular. That is why some people said here that nobody even knows some of the things he did. And that is true. And I've taken your advice. I've listened to everybody, and I've learned quite a lot because I'm going to make sure that the commissioners will find time to put something together. The only problem sometimes is I don't have the platform. Like I know Pels might have so many followers. I don't have that many followers. I'm not big on Twitter, but she has converted me already. So I'm going to start. I'm going to start working on this, and I'm sure we're all going to do this together. I thank you all for what you're doing. And if you remember too, His Excellency said that when he becomes the president, that one of the first things he's going to work on is to make sure diasporas can vote. And I think he's going to do it. Trust me. I thank you so much. And good night, everybody.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate you coming on here. And it's really nice having you. I hope we're going to have you again to come and, space with us for us to ask you more questions and get more answers. Thank you very much for taking out time to come and for being so obedient. Thank you very much. Please, guys, don't forget the tweet is on the Jumbotron now. Look at the Jumbotron. You want to be a Labour Party polling unit agent. With or without your PVC, please reach out. Send a WhatsApp message to this number. No call, please, just WhatsApp. Thank you very much. The number is on the screen. The number is on the Jumbotron. Okay, +234-904-624-1532. Send a message to them right now, and then you will be contacted. Thank you very much. Thank you. For as many that have sent the message and they have not been contacted, it's because of the amount of people that we are trying to, reach out to. For the polling unit agents, a lot of people trainings will be conducted, a lot of things will be done. So thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate you. Pels, what's up, Pels? Any closing remark? Mag, any closing remark for your people? Pels, are you there?
Sorry, I lost you a little bit. My network is a little bit dodgy. I'm here, Bishop. What did you say?
Okay, Mag, are you there? I wanted a closing remark because Doctor has given us closing remark. Just want us to take closing remark and then we can end the space.
Absolutely. Honestly, sir, I don't even know where to start thanking you from because it's been a wonderful space so far. It's been so amazing. The feedbacks I'm getting from this space shows that a lot of people have learned a lot from here today. And I want to say a very big thank you for spending time with us today here. I see some people still wanting to come up. My apologies to everyone who couldn't come up here to speak. We will have more spaces and we will invite you to speak. So, Doctor, you could have been anywhere today spending your precious time, but you agreed to come here to space with us despite how very busy you are. So, I want to say a very big thank you to you, sir. And today is a sit at home, and then you even agreed to come on a space when you could have been able to go out after the sit at home is over. That's to show how much of a large heart you have. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you so very much. This means a lot to us.
Thank you, Pearl. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, all the moderators. And thank you, as guests, friends. I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. And for those saying my voice is very strong today, I have a little bit of flu. Yeah, even me, I can't even like I don't sound like me. I know, right? But I have a little bit of flu today. That's why I'm very strong and not as soft as I used to. Bishop, I want to say a very big thank you to you for co-hosting with me. You're always very there for me, always dependable, and amazing co-host. Thank you so very much. And to everyone who has come here, sorry, go ahead, Bishop. You want to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to tell everyone here, please follow Doctor. Okay, please follow Dr. Michael. There's something he said that really touched me. He said he has been on Twitter since April 2016. I mean, please, we should follow him, please, and follow Pels, follow myself, follow Magnific Dude. Please follow us, follow, please, so that we can, increase his followership. I really want that to happen for him. All right. Thank you very much, guys. And Pels, that's bye from me. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right, Bishop, can you please give us the number for the polling unit agent, because I really want to be one. When I get back, I really want to be one.
Look at Jumbotron. There's a tweet on the Jumbotron there. Okay, so the number is yes, the tweet on the Jumbotron. Just keep those messages coming in. Post it in your support group. Anyone who wants to be a polling unit agent all over Nigeria, I mean, not just in any state, all over Nigeria. So the number is on the Jumbotron, but in case you want me to call out the number again, I will do that. +234 904 624 1532. For the last time, +234 904 624 1532. I yield my mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think it's done. Okay, guys. I'm gonna appeal again. Bishop has said it before. I'm still gonna appeal. Please do well to follow Dr. Mike Egbebike. If you have just one last person you want to follow, it's him. Trust me, it's him. Let's do well to give him a follow. Let's show him some love. And thank you very much once again, sir, for coming here. And again, everyone who has made submissions here, even those who were in the audience listening, there would never be spaces without you all, because I could have opened this space and nobody would come, but you all came in here. Even sometimes it amazes me when I open trial spaces, maybe to teach one or two persons how to space. I see people still coming in. Even when I say don't come in, it shows how much your love pals, love my spaces. So it means a whole lot to me. Thank you all so very much for always coming here. Cindy, I see you, Sheila, everybody. I really want to appreciate every single one person here. Napunza, everybody. I see so many wonderful people in the audience. If I want to start calling names, we're going to spend the next 1 hour here. Thank you very much, everyone. You all are amazing. Keep being obedient. Keep getting your PVCs and keep shining them and getting ready to vote His Excellency PeterObi. Without wasting, okay, before I end the space, Nadum, you want to say something real quick? Because we're just about to end.
Yes, I want to say something really quick.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, please, I just want to suggest that I have been suggesting it since the start of this movement that there is need for LP to sit down and do an audit of all the wards in Nigeria and see whether we have duly set up a structure in all the wards, an executive committee in all the wards. Because that way it will be easy and easier for us to get our unit agents. Like me, I was very instrumental in my AG in ensuring that we set up an executive committee for the 17 wards. So the EP should do an audit and see the states or the local governments that we need to do this. I believe that with a very conscious effort, we'll be able to achieve and realize that. And it's also one of the best ways to drive home the message. It's also good that we're looking for polling unit agents on Twitter, but I think that's one of the easiest way, and that's one of the ways we can also get the locals involved. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Okay, then. Thank you very much for that suggestion. And the new acting, just a quick one, the new acting Labour Party youth leader, Kennedy Ahanotu, he is we had a meeting with him the other day. He is very approachable. He is very open to ideas like this and suggestions like this. So you might just want to send him a little message and say, hey, this is what I think you should do about this. Thank you very much, Nadim, for that. And thanks very much once again, everybody. Thank you. I can never stop thanking you, sir, for coming to this space today. It means a whole lot to us. We have learned a lot here today, and it will come in very handy when it comes to educating others who are not on this space. So without wasting much, okay, magnifique. Oh gosh, thank you very much, Mag. Thank you, Mag, for being here. Without wasting much time, I'm going to end this space. And everyone, please do take care of yourselves and each other. And my heart goes out to everyone here who has been affected in one way or the other by the floods. My prayers are with you. My hearts are with you. I really wish there's something I could do to just take it all away. I have done my little bit to send some sort of relief to people I can, but there is so much I can do, right? So one thing I know that can touch everyone is prayers and goodwill. So I'm sending my love to every one of you, and I hope in these coming weeks and even starting this week, the whole flood thing is just gonna go away. Somehow it needs to, because if it doesn't start going away right now, whichever time it goes away, we're still going to deal with the after effects, right? So the earlier it does go away, the better for all of us. So my hearts are with all of you. I love every one of you. If there's any way you think I can help you, please do well to reach me. Send me a DM. I'm always here to listen. And if there's any reason why you've not gotten your PVC, please do well to reach me as well. I've been able to help a lot of people all the way from here get their PVCs. So guys, thank you very much once again.